Hey guys, I am back with another video, and in this video we are going to build a complete application using .NET MAUI Blazor Hybrid for Windows and macOS desktop. Okay, so this is my first application which I am making a desktop app. Alright, so the app we are going to build, this is a API HTTP request client, we could say the same as Postman, not as fully featured as Postman is. It is a, you could consider is a thin client, okay, by which we can make HTTP request to some APIs. Okay, so this is how the app looks on Windows. All right, so here in the left panel we have the history, whatever calls we have made. These are grouped by date, so these calls were made on 23rd of May, these calls were made on 25th of May, and this is the same, the right section. This section is from where we can generate or make any call. So first thing, we have this HTTP methods, so get, post, put, delete. Our application supports 4 methods. These are most widely used methods. So first get, then we can enter a URL or paste, copy paste the URL in this section. All right, then we have this send button. After that we have these 4 tabs. We can enhance the request by adding query string parameters here. We can add other query string parameters as well by this add button. Okay, we can remove any query string parameter from here. All right, then second one, our client supports authorization as well. So right now it supports 3 authorizations: none, no authorization at all, basic with username and password, and bearer. Using that bearer token, we can add the token here. All right, then we can add additional headers to our request. So key value pair, we could simply add more headers, remove these headers from here. Then body, if it is a post or put request, we can simply provide body for those requests. By default there is no body, none, and we can provide JSON body here. All right, so all these things we can add, and then we can simply send that request. All right, when we'll send that request, we'll see a small loader and activity indicator, device native, and then we'll have a response here. And this left history, we could clear out history by clicking on this delete button, or we can clear the entire history using this clear button. So when we tap on this clear, we will have a device native confirmation box. Clear history, are you sure you want to clear all history, no or yes? So right now I'm going to say no, and then we can simply click on any of the history from the left, and it will fill up all the values from this into this right section. So for this one, we had this URL blazingBooks.abhayprince.com/api/books. It was a GET request, and for parameters we had these page number and page size parameters, these two. Authorization we had none, header we had none, body we had none, nothing in the body. All right, and now if we can directly send this request as well, you see there is this loader, activity indicator, and then we have this response. So the result of this was 200. Okay, and this is the JSON content from that request. All right, let's try some other. I had this fake store API from here. It has this right now, this limit and to this thing. We can send this loader, and then we can see the data. All right, we can check everything. It supports HTML content as well. So this was the HTML which came from this https abhayprince.com. all right, and all this data, this we are storing in SQLite database, which is going to be on this device only. All right, now whenever we make any request, it gets added to this history. So if you see, we just made these 3 requests. First was Blazing Books with this API books. After that we made request to this fake store API products, and then we made request to this abhayprince.com, which was the HTML response. All right, we can close this. This I already showed you. And if we are in here somewhere in some, when we are looking at some request with some data, we have this new request button, so it is going to reset this right section. Okay, right now let's say we have this request API books. 400 bad requests. This was not a successful request, it has bad request, because this API this requires page size as well. So page size 5, let's say. So this top section, this shows the complete URL which it made. This is the complete URL. Now we have this section. Now from this new request, if I press this, so this entire section is going to be reset. Now we can simply start afresh. All right, so this is on Windows desktop. Let's see how this app looks on Mac OS. Okay, Mac desktop. All right, so now I am on my Mac. So here we can see the same look and feel. On left section we have this history where we have all the previous HTTP calls, and on the right section we have all the HTTP methods, URL, all these tabs, parameter, authorization, body. In authorization also we have the same options: basic, username, password, authorization, and bearer. All right, we have headers, we have body, same, none body, and JSON data in the body. All right, then we can send it, we can add parameters, we can generate a new request, and on the left section if we tap any of these, it will load up data in the right section. We can simply send the request, and you see we have same activity indicator, and then we have this data. Okay, this was HTML data, and this is going to be, I guess, JSON data, but this says 400 bad request because it needs those two parameters. So page number 1, and add a new query string, page size, let's say 5, and if we can press enter, or we can click on the send button. So both works fine. If we press enter, activity indicator, and now we can see this data, this 200. Okay, and this is the data, and now this call added to this left section here. All right, now if you see, in my Windows machine we had different history, and on my Mac machine this history section, this is different, the data is different. That's because we don't have any centralized API layer to store this history. We are using local SQLite database, which is application and machine specific. So on my Windows machine, it had its own local SQLite database where it had stored its history, and for this machine, for my Mac, it has its own local SQLite database. So that's why the call history, this is different than the Windows machine. All right, we can delete these calls, we can simply clear if you want to, and again if we press clear, we can see this is a native device confirmation box. Are you sure you want to clear the history? No, nothing will happen. If we press yes, this complete history is going to be removed. And here also we have this new request button. We can simply click on this new request, and we will have this section, this right section reset. We can try same, changing this request, adding it, enter a URL, adding authorization, header, body, parameter, all these things, and we can send the request. All right, so that's how it looks on Mac. Now we'll develop this on Windows machine using Visual Studio 2022. So let's go back to the Windows machine. Alright, so please like this video if you are excited. We'll build it from scratch. Okay, and we are going to learn a lot in this video. And please share it with your friends, colleagues. Okay, and don't forget to subscribe my channel. I keep on posting this kind of cool complete projects on my channel. All right, so let's first see what all components we are going to have. So in this thing we are going to have only one routable page component, that is going to be this home page only, and after this everything is going to be a different component collection basically. So the main home page, after that we are going to have this separate history component which will hold all this history. Then we are going to have one component for this top section where we have this HTTP methods and URL and this next new request and send button. Then we are going to have one more component for this section where we can enhance our request by adding parameters, authorization, headers, body, etc. Alright, and after that all these tabs, for example this parameter tab, this is going to be a separate component. Then this authorization, this is going to be a separate component. Then headers, a different component. Body, a separate components again. Alright, and this response section, this bottom section, this is going to be a separate component. Alright, so we are going to have a lot of component, and then we will have communication between all these among all these components, and that communication is going to be a bit different. In this case we are going to have parent to child, child to parent, and peer to peer, a different level of component communication, right? For example, this history, this is a separate component, and whenever we are here in this this main URL component, if we press enter or if we send this request, now when we make this request we want to add this request to this history. Now these two components are sibling components, so we need a way to communicate between these two. After that, when we are here, when we are sending this request, then we need data from this parameters component, which is again different, a sibling's child. So this parameter component, this is for this URL component, this is siblings child. So we need a way to communicate between these two components, which is again going to be totally different. So we will think a lot, we'll build our logic, okay, and then we'll communicate among all these components. All right, so we are going to learn a lot of things in this. All right, so let's continue. I'm going to create a new project now. Alright, so I'm in my Visual Studio 2022, and here we are going to create a .NET MAUI Blazor Hybrid app. Okay, next let's name it something meaningful. So we'll say Blazing MAUI REST client. Okay. Alright, next .NET 8, yes, and create it. Alright, our project is created. We can try running it on Windows machine. Alright, so it's here. We have counter page, we have other page. On counter we can click, so everything is fine. We are good with this. Alright, we'll stop it. First thing, we'll make a small cleanup, and that is going to be, we'll go to CS profile and we are going to remove mobile platform. So target from framework, we'll remove .NET 8, .NET 8.0, Android and iOS. We'll have Mac Catalyst for macOS, we'll have Windows for Windows. Alright, and at the very end also in the first property group, we'll remove iOS, and then we'll remove Android, and we'll remove Tizen. Okay, so we'll have Mac Catalyst and then these two entries for Windows. Okay, so save it, and now we should be good. The first thing we need, we will integrate a font which we are going to use in this application. That is going to be our Poppins font. Alright, so for that we need to download it. So you can download this Poppins font from Poppins fonts from Google Fonts. Okay, so I have downloaded it. I'm going to use Poppins regular and Poppins bold, these two only. So I'll copy these two. Okay, then we'll go to our project. In here we are going to go www root folder. In it we have this CSS folder, and inside this CSS folder we are going to create one more folder and we'll call it fonts. Add new folder, fonts, and in here I'm going to paste those two fonts, Poppins bold and Poppins regular. Alright, now we need to use this So we'll go to app.css, which is global CSS for our application. Alright, in this, at the very top, we will add a font face. Okay, here we can define our font family, which will be this Poppins. So this is going to be name, with what name we are going to use. So we'll use Poppins only. And for single word, we can have this without quotes. So this and this both are same actually. All right, and after font family, we'll say the source of this font family, from where we are going to get this. All right, so for this we'll say URL, and then we can set fonts slash and Poppins regular. So this is for regular font family. Then we'll add one more font face for bold. So we'll say font family, same Poppins, and then src, same URL, then fonts slash and Poppins bold.ttf. And after that, for this we'll say font weight bold. Alright, so now we have set these two font family with font faces. Now in HTML and body, so for this font family, first font family, we need Poppins, and then let it be. So this works on a in order. It try to find Poppins. If Poppins is there, it is going to use it. If it is not there, then it will fall back to the second one. If this is here, that is fine. If not, then it will fall back to the third one. So it goes like this. So now we are going to use this Poppins. That is fine. Now after this, all these classes, we are going to remove this. We will add our own CSS. So we'll remove a btn primary, btn content, h1 valid modifier. Let's remove all these. We will have Blazor error UI, and we'll remove all others. Okay. All right. So now we are good. Let's quickly see if we can see this font. If I run this, it is coming, and we can see that font got applied here. All right. Next thing, icons. So we are going to use only two icons in our application. So we are going to have just these two icons. One is this delete remove icon, and one is this cloud icon. So we are going to use BoxIcons for this, and we are not going to add any CSS or any direct font library for this. We don't want to flood our app, increase the bundle size of our app, because we just need these two icons. So we'll simply copy the SVG code for these two icons when we need them, and we'll add directly in the HTML. Okay, so this we'll do later when we need these. Now after this, inside this app.css only, let's add a couple of classes for our contextual background and text colors. So here we'll say bg black. So background black. Let's create a background color black, which is 000 X color. Then we'll have bg gray. Okay, so grayish color. For this, we are going to have a background color of hash 313338. I had this color copied. All right. After that, we'll have text black. We will need this. So for this, we'll say color and hash 000. And now we are good. Save everything, and now we should be good. All right. Now next thing what we'll do, we'll simply set our layout. So on our layout, we don't need that left navigation bar, right? If we, let me run it again. So we don't need this left section. We don't need this header. Okay. So we can remove all this is coming from a layout. So we'll simply remove this from layout. So we'll go to our components folder, layouts folder, main layout. We are going to remove everything. We will just have @body, and we'll have everything in our home page. All right. So when we remove this, so there is no point of having this main layout.razor.css because we don't need this. So we can directly delete this file. So we are going to delete this. And because we are in debugging mode, it is not deleting. Let's delete it now. Okay, cool. Nav menu, we don't need this. We can remove this directly. After that, pages, we have counter weather pages. These two pages, we don't need them. We can delete them. We will just have our home page. Alright, so now we are just this empty home page. Now if we run it, we are going to see just simple text, nothing else. Alright, hello world, and this welcome to new app with that font, Poppins font, of course. Alright, now in home page, let's remove all this stuff what we have here. Now here what we'll do, we'll simply have a div with class container fluid. Okay, and inside this we are going to have a div class row, and then we are going to have two columns. First one we'll have div class col3 for history. Here we are going to have that history, and then we are going to have one more column div class col9. Bootstrap uses 9 column grid. Okay, so first third 3 columns for history and second 9 columns for all other stuff. Okay, in this first we are going to have our that div that request method URL selection component. All right, after this we are going to have that request parameters section, right? Div, here we are going to have request params auth headers body, all that section. Okay, component. All right, and after this section we are going to have our response section. So response section component. So this is basic structure of our application. All right, so for all of these, let's create components. Okay, and we'll have all these in a different folder named components, but I don't know why Microsoft chose this components folder for this, which has this layout and pages. I don't like this. It should have been something, I don't know, maybe views, screens, anything, so that we can have components folder for our shared reusable components. But for this particular case, we just want to have those components for refactoring purpose, to let's say single responsibility. We don't want to have everything on this component, so that belongs to component. Those are not shared, those are not reusable. In the sense, we are not reusing them, those are reusable, but we just want to use them only at only single place. Okay, all right, so what I'll do, maybe inside this components I'm going to create a shared folder, and in shared folder I'm going to have all these components. All right, so first we will have our history component. So history component dot, or maybe let's say history section component dot razor. Let's rename this O to history section component dot razor. All right, now on this page, this home page, we will use this. So we'll say history section component, and my IntelliSense is not working. Let's close this home page. Let's try to open it again if we are having this. All right, so it's shared. We should add this to our underscore imports.razor so that we can have this as a default using. So we'll say using Blazing MAUI and it just stopped working. So I need to close Visual Studio and open it again. Alright. I closed and reopened Visual Studio. So let's have our using Blazing MAUI REST client dot components dot shared. Let's go to home page again. Here we have the history section component. Alright, it is coming. In history section, let's have the same history component. We'll add data later. History section component and history component. Everything is fine and it again started to freak out. Alright, after that we need to have this request method URL selection component. So let's create it. So in shared, let's say request method URL selection, or maybe request method URL component dot razor, of course. Okay, from here I'm going to cut this div, or maybe we can have this div directly and we can have that component inside this div. So here we'll say request method URL component. Alright, after that third one is going to be request param auth header body component, this component. So let's create one more. We'll say request and let's say request params section component dot razor. Alright, so let's have it here. So here we'll say request param section component, and here we'll have this simple thing. Then we have response section component. Alright, let's create this. So response section component dot razor. Alright, let's use this. So response component section dot razor. Save everything, and right now if why this is not history section component, let's try to run it. We just created components, we have not done anything yet. We'll start working on content and design next. So right now we have the history component, left section, and that all these request method URL selection, then request params auth header body component, then response section. Alright, maybe we can have it running and then start working on some designing for this. Let's see if I can have it somewhere here. I don't, let me try to set these side by side. I'm going to have this home component. I'm going to remove all others. Oh my god, I deleted removed home as well. Okay, we have this home component here, we have this section here. The first thing, on this call 3 for this particular section, let's say I want to have bg dark for this, bg dark. Okay, save it, and let's see if hot reload works. Yes, it is working. So we can see this dark color here, right? The only problem is, okay, let's do this, let's do this, and like this. This is not very good, but yeah, let's. Alright, now we need this to capture entire height of this screen. Okay, so for this, what we'll do, after bg dark, we'll say vh100. That means we are saying that set height to view port height 100%. So if I save it and try to hot reload, we can see this is now spanning to complete height. If I increase or decrease the height, it will be same intact with this complete thing. Alright. Now in this history section component, let's quickly go here, and on this h2, I'll say text white so that at least we can see that heading. Alright, we have this history component now. Okay, now for this left side section, what we are going to do, first thing, we'll have this request method URL selection directly here, or maybe yeah, let's have it like this. And after that, whatever remaining screen space we have, we will divide that screen space in 50% in two rows. First row, we will have this request parameters, query string parameters, authorization, headers, body component, all that stuff. And the second half of the screen, we will have a response section. Okay, so let's quickly do this. So for this, first thing, we will set the background color on this col 9, we'll say BG gray. Save it, hot reload, and we can see this color now. Alright. Okay, so we'll have a flex box here. So we'll say div class dflex. Then we will make it column. So flex column. Alright. And then we'll have the height as 100% viewport height. So VH100. Alright. So inside this, we are going to have two things. First, we want to have our request method URL component. Okay. So we will have a fixed height for this. So inside this, I moved it and I'm going to wrap it with a div. And on this, let's have some style right now. We'll move it to CSS later. So height 100 pixel. Save it. And after that, I'm going to have second div with some classes. And inside this second div, I am going to have all my content, and that means this request, params and response, these two sections. So let me cut this and paste this here. This is not very good developer experience for me, but let's bear with it. Okay, so on this div, first thing we need this div to be span complete height excluding this request method URL selection component. Alright, so we can dynamically calculate compute height and width using CSS using calc function. Okay, so for this second div, I am simply going to have a style here, and then I'll say I'll say height. Okay, and on this height I'll say calc, and here I'll say 100 VH, 100% of viewport height. From this I want to subtract the 100 pixel height which this top section request method URL component takes. Alright, and please pay attention, with this calc we need to have spaces around these operators. Okay, this is not simple mathematical operation. We could have it like this, so it will work in C# and almost all languages, but it does not work in CSS with calc. So for calc we need to have these spaces around this. Alright, so save it. Now it has this complete height. After that, I want these two divs, the request params and this response section, these two to be equally height wise equally, right? So for this, what I can do on this div, which is a parent of these two, I can simply make this as a grid. So display grid, this is the grid, and on this, inside this style, what I'll do, I'll simply define a template for this. Okay, so for this I can say grid template, not columns, rows. Okay, I need two rows and both of these should be 50%. There could be multiple types, so we can use fr unit with repeat 2, but this is simplistic and it shows the intent. We need rows with 50% and 50%. That means 2 rows, 50% each. Alright. Now if I save it and if I try to hot reload, you see, we can see this thing. So first this section, then this first section, then second section. We can check it by adding some background colors. For example, for first one, let me add BG primary, and on the second div, let me add BG, let's say warning. So if I save it, if I try to hot reload, you could see we have this 50%, 50%, and if I try to increase the height, then also it should be same. So this is the main basic layout. We are going to add content within this layout. So layout skeleton is ready. Now we can simply start adding our actual content. Okay, so we'll start working from this top. Then we'll work on this request params auth header. Here we will have again different components. Okay, all right. All right, so let's go to this request method URL component. All right, here first let me add a code block here, and now here what we'll do, first thing we need to have this untitled request and this new request button. All right, so let's do this. So for this I'm going to have a div class, let's say display flex. Okay, then justify content between, so that we can have spacing between these two, and align items center, so that these are vertically center aligned. All right, then first one we are going to have h6. Okay, and here I'll say untitled request. We'll make it dynamic later, but for now let's have it like this only. And then after this h6 we are going to have a button, type button, class btn, btn sm, btn warning. Okay, and here we'll say new request. All right, save it, let's run it. So we will try to use hot reload functionality so that we can see the design in real time. Okay, so at least we can see something, untitled request and this new request button. Let's do this, let's do this. All right, okay, now we can see that. Let's have some margin on this untitled request. So h6 I'm going to add a class, let's say my margin on y-axis 3. Then we'll change the text color of this to text white 50. Okay, this class is coming from Bootstrap only, and we'll make it bold, FW bold. So save it and let's see how it looks now. Yeah, okay, untitled request, and then we have this new request button. After that we need to have that text box, the drop down, and one button. And therefore this we are going to use input group from Bootstrap, of course. So here we are going to have a div class input group. Okay, sorry, and inside this first thing we are going to have a button, type button with some classes. So first class, let's have btn and btn dark. Okay, after that, and here we'll have, for now let's have it get the default. We'll change this. After this button we are going to have our input box. Okay, so for this we are not going to use input text because we are not going to have form here. Input type text. All right, now here we will have couple of classes. First we will have form control. Let's check how it looks, then we'll continue further. Okay, we have this button, then we have this text box. All right, now after this text box also we need to have one button for that sending that request, right? So let's copy this button, first button, move it to the last, and here we'll say send. This is for sending the request. Now we have the send button, get, and this section. All right, now in this input text after form control, what we'll do, we'll say, let's say bg black, so that it becomes black, and in black the text color we will use text white 50. Okay, so save it and let's again try to hot reload, and we have this. Now we have this white color border which we do not want. So for this what we'll do, we'll simply say border dark on the same input text, save it, hot reload, and we are good now. All right, now for both of these buttons as well, let's make the background color black so that it looks same. So on first button we'll say, after bit and dark we'll say bg black, and same thing we'll do on the send button. So bg black, save it, and in this input let's add a placeholder. Here we'll say enter or paste my URL. Okay, so paste URL, save it, let's hot reload, and we can see this thing now. All right, we can type and this looks fine now. Now we need to change this get button to a drop down. All right, so for this we will check, we'll go to the Bootstrap's official website to check the how can we make this drop down button, because this is not a simple select, this is a drop down button. Okay, so let me pull up the browser and we'll go to getbootstrap.com, and we are using 5.1, and in here we'll say, what was the drop downs, this button drop down. Okay, or maybe this one, both are same actually. So we can have button, and on button we need to have this drop down toggle class. All right, let's add this. So on this button, this first button, we'll have drop down toggle class, first thing. After that we will have this UL, drop down menu, and then all these menu items. Okay, let's add these. So after the first button we'll have this here, save it, area labeled by, we can remove this, we are not having ID on the first one. All right, now we are not going to have these anchor tags because for us we are not going to somewhere, we can have all these as buttons. So inside this first li, let's have a button. So we'll say button type button only. Okay, and the class this drop down item. Okay, and after this we can directly close this and we'll say get, and we can remove this anchor tag from here. This is our first li is ready. Okay, so now let's copy this li and paste it 3 more times. So first get, then post, then put, and then delete. Save it. Now for this to work we need JavaScript. Okay, but we are not going to use JavaScript, we will directly see what they are doing when they click on it, when they open it, so what class they are adding to this ULLI. All right, so if I zoom it, And if I see the design, first we have button, then we have this UL, and when we click on it, first thing, area expanded true, so this is just for semantic thing. And on UL we have show class, and on button we have show class. So these two show classes we add, okay, on both of these. If I remove this, click on it again, then again this removed from here, from here, and this area expanded false and then area expanded true, we can use this as well if you want to. All right, and then this show. So for this, let's do this. Now we have this here. When we click on it, we need to have some piece of state so that we know that right now this drop down is opened or closed. Okay, so here we'll say in code block we are going to have a private bool. Here we'll say method drop down, maybe expanded or shown, method drop down, let's say shown. Default value false, which we have by default. Then we will check this thing on this first button. Okay, so here we'll add this condition for class. We will check if this is true, that means we are right now this drop down is in expanded mode, in open mode, then we'll add show. If that's not the case, we will not do anything, we will remove the show class. All right, so the same thing we will do on this UL. Okay, and then same thing we will do on this main button, and on this we will have one attribute that is going to be that area expanded false and true. All right, so for this we'll have area expanded, and this is again going to be dynamic. So if this is shown, we'll say true, and if this is not shown, then we'll say false. All right, now instead of having this get directly, what we can do, we can have the actual selected method here. So for that means which method is right now selected, get, post, put or delete. Okay, so for this again we need to have one more piece of state. So we'll say private string underscore, we'll say selected method. Okay, and by default we can have get as a default value. All right, so now instead of this hard coded get, we'll have underscore underscore selected method. If we save it, if we hot reload, right now we will see this, but we can't see anything else now here. Now what we'll do, when we click on it, it should open. So we'll add this functionality to toggle that the drop down, that variable, that field. Okay, so for this what we can do, we can simply have on click here. So here we'll say on click, and here we'll say toggle methods drop down. All right, let's create this method in our code block. Here we'll say private void toggle methods drop down. Here we'll say underscore method drop down shown is equals not method drop down shown. So we'll do the opposite of it. If it was true, it will be false. If it was false, it will be true now. So save everything. If we hot reload, this is not working, this is not able to get this data because maybe we added this thing. So we need to stop it once, rerun, and then we'll continue. Okay, it is coming. We have this get, this got opened. Now we can't close it. We can select it, but we can't close it. We need something else. It is actually it is coming over on that previous, that get button, right? So there is something missing from that bootstrap, if we check, there should be something else as well. So if we expand it, we see this style, position absolute, and insert 0, auto gpx, margin, transform, so all this thing. So we need to have this style as well. So we'll copy this complete style, and this is getting applied when this is in shown mode. If we remove it, if we are, this is not expanded right now, we don't have that style. Okay, so let's quickly add that as well. So we'll come here, we have this, maybe after on click, the place does not matter. Here we are going to have style, and then we will check if underscore methods drop down shown. If this is correct, we'll add all this style which we just copied. If that's not the case, we'll not do anything. So save it. Everything is saved now. It should be good. If we restart it, we have it. If I do this, still it is not working. If this is shown, then we will have this position absolute, insert 0. It should work. It should work, right? Oh, we added this style on button. It should be on UL, not on button. Oh, my bad. Let's cut this from button. Oh, did I cut something else? Yes. Cut this from button, and let's add it to the UL. All right. Let's move it to the next line, save it, and let's rerun it. All right, we have get, and we have post and put delete, and now we can open and close this. All right, on clicking on this. Now when we click on any of this, put, post, delete, get, it should select this method, show it here, and this drop down, this should hide. Basically this expanded thing should not be here in that case. Okay, so let's do that next. So here what we'll do, we'll create a method in our code block. Here we'll say private void set selected method. Okay, and here we'll get the method as a parameter. Then we'll say underscore selected method equals this method which we got, and after this we'll simply set this method drop down to false, that you should not show this now. All right, now we need to call this method from all these buttons. So from first button we'll say @on click, and now we need to pass the parameter. So we need to have that delegate version of this. So lambda, and then we'll say set selected method, and from here we need to pass get as a parameter because this method is get. All right, we can wrap this inside this if we want to. Save it. Now let's copy this on click and add it to all of these, and then we'll say for second one it should be post, for third one the method name should be put, for last one method name should be delete. So save everything, let's rerun. Now this method selection, this should work. Okay, we are here, get, post, put, delete, right? It is working as expected. We are able to select this, it is setting the selected one and removing that thing. And if we click on it, this section again, that expanded thing automatically collapses. All right, now if you see on get, it is here. When I select post, this thing moves because the length is different. For delete it is a bit more, for get it is smaller. So for this what we can do, we can have some fixed minimum height for this. Sorry, not height, width. All right, so let's do this next. So on this button, okay, because this is the place where we are displaying the selected method. So here what we'll do for now, let's have a style, and on this we can simply say, let's say add a fixed width of 120 px. Save it, hot reload, get, post, put, delete. We are good with this. All right, this is center aligned. Let's move it to the, make it left aligned. That also will do. So for this, what we can do, we can simply say on this button, we can say text start. So move text to the start, hot reload, and it moved to this section, right? Post, put, delete, and get, and we are good with this component now. The functionality we'll work on it after some time, but for now we are good with its design. All right. Okay, so next thing we should work on this request params auth header body component, this section. So close it. Now we don't need bootstrap, maybe we'll need it later, then we'll see. Let's remove this thing. Let's go to the home, back to home page. All right, so let's go to this request params action component. In here, first let's have our code block, and in here I'm going to have one enum. So private enum tab, because inside this we are going to have multiple tabs. First tab we are going to have for our query parameters. So parameters, then authorization, then headers, and after that body. All right, these 4 tabs. Okay, so let's remove this thing. Here we are going to have one div class. In this I'm going to say display flags. All right, and inside this I'm going to add a for each loop. I'll loop through this enum and I'll make these dynamic tabs here. So here I'll say var tab in enum dot values, get values, and here we could say type of this, or maybe we can use the enum dot get. We can have names as well, right? It should have generic type as well. Yes, so enum dot get names, we can have tab like this. Now this tab, it will going to give us these parameter, authorization, headers, body one by one. Okay, now here I'm going to have a label with some class. Okay, and the text, this is going to be this tab. So save it. Now I'm going to have these 4 tabs here. After that I need to have the content of these tabs. When we click on any of this, then we should have the content of that. So for that, again, let this first one, let's name it tab bar, and the second one, let's name it div class, we'll say tab contents. So tab content, this class comes from bootstrap, so we'll call it tab contents to make it different than bootstrap. All right, here also we can have for each loop again. So same var tab in, right now I'm having this same in this, and then here let's have one more div class, let's say content div, and inside this, for now let's display the tab name only. Let's say content for this tab. All right, so this is simple markup. Now after that we need to have some state which will tell which one is the currently selected tab. Okay, So here let's have private string, nullable string we can have, or maybe we can have string with default tab as the first one. So here we'll say selected tab equals this. I'm going to have name of tab dot parameters. The first one is the selected tab for me. All right, now we can use this to add some active class, okay, to this label and to this content. All right, so on this label, inside this class, first thing let's have a tab, just tab label, and then inside this we will check if selected tab equals this tab, then we'll apply active class, and if that's not the case, we'll have simple empty string. All right, same thing we are going to do with this content. So here on this content, we will check if selected tab is this current tab, then we'll add active, else we'll simply remove it. All right, now let's have some CSS styling for this so that we can by default disable these. Okay, here is one thing to note. Let me go back to this app right now. Here one thing is, right now I'm handling the current active tab and current active tab content using these classes. That means I'm going to show and hide these. I'm not going to remove this markup from the page. What I mean is, one thing we could have do this here, we could have checked if this tab equals underscore selected tab, then only we'll render it, render tab content, and if that's not the case, we'll simply skip it. So that should have been optimized approach, but for our use case, for some specific case basically. So using this, we will have all the tab labels, but tab content, it will render only the currently selected tabs content. But in our case, our requirement is a bit different. We cannot have that. We need to have all the contents, and we should simply show hide. And that is because, for example, let's say if I was not doing this, I have this thing, I have this some key, some value, again some key, again some value. And if I go to authorization, if now that tab, we could have that added that if condition and we re-render that without having that thing here. So if I go back to this tab, these should have been gone. But in our particular case, we want these data to be persisted when we switch these tabs, right? For example, now if I go to authorization, I'll go to basic and I'll add this username password. I'll go to header, I'll add some I don't know, XAPI 123, some header, then I'll go to body and all this stuff. Now if I go back to parameter, I should have these parameters which I have added. If I am going to authorization, I should have the selected authorization, selected username password, and for headers also. For all these tabs, we need to have data persisted. That's why we are playing around with this active class. That means content will always be there. We will simply show and hide on the basis of currently selected tab. Alright, I hope it is clear. Alright, now we have this selected tab. On the basis of this, we are doing this. Now we should have some styling here. Right now I'm having it here. I'll move it to the separate file later. So style type text CSS. Now in here, first thing, we have this tab bar, this tab label, so everything is fine. On this tab label, we can have, let's say, text decoration underline, okay, and on this content, oh no, not directly on tab label dot active. If this is active, then only add underline. And same thing for this tab contents. On this content, if this content dot active, my bad, first content should have display none, display none, and then content dot active, this should have display, we can simply say blank or inherit to have whatever parent it is. So like this, if I'll save it, everything should work fine. Now if I try to run this, I should at least see this small behavior and all this. Okay, we have this, it is very ugly, but at least we can see something. Parameters, underline, content for parameters. Now if I click on header, oh, I did not add that on click, right? All right, on this label at the very end, what we'll do, we'll simply say @on click equals, here I'll say selected tab equals this tab. So this should be like this, selected tab equals this tab. Let's run it again. If I click on headers, content for headers. If I go back to parameters, content for parameter. That means this thing is working. We just need to design it. Okay, first thing, let's remove this background color BG primary, then let's have some spacing between these, and then we'll continue on. All right, so let's go here, let's go to the home page. We had that BG primary here on, right? Let's remove this BG primary from here. First thing, go back on this selected tab, and one more thing, whenever we are working with any loop and we are looping something, we are rendering some markup inside for each, we should always have key attribute. So @key, it should have some unique value. So from here we can simply have this tab, which is the tab name. So same thing we'll do. This is for performance, for better performance. So Blazor knows that if this particular tab has been changed, this particular item from this loop has been changed or not, so that it can optimize the rendering. Let's have this kind of side by side, not side by side completely, but we'll design it so that we can see design. Right now if I hot reload, okay, that BG primary that got removed from here. All right. Now on this, maybe this tab bar, let's add some styling to this tab bar. On this tab bar, let's have background color less than what it is right now, so let's say 333, and the color, which is for text color, we'll use white. Save everything. Okay, and now we can see these in white color. Now after this we have this tab label. So on this tab label, let's have some padding of, let's say 10px, 10px, and cursor pointer. Save everything, pointer. Save everything. Now we have this spacing, and you see, we can see the cursor pointer, that hand sign, right? Now on this body, if you see this underline, this is kind of intersecting this Y. So for this, what we can have, we can simply move this underline a bit lower. So for this, when we are setting this text decoration underline, at that place only we can set text decoration offset, I guess, decoration offset. No, not decoration, text underline offset. Text underline offset. this we can add maybe, let's say 5 pixel. So save it, do this, and now it is a bit far from this, right? So now we can see this, and this text is also getting changed. Right now I'm on headers, so this will say headers. If I go to authorization, this is authorization. Parameters, this is parameters. So that means this section is working. We can have this tab and the content is being changed as per the selected tab. All right, now we need to work on this section, the actual tab content. All right, so for this I'm going to stop it, open it, and now for each of these section we are going to create a different parameter. So that means 4 parameters for these 4 tabs. So parameters, authorization, headers, body. For these we are going to have 4 components. So let's create those components. In shared only, we'll say first for parameters, so we'll say query parameters tab content dot razor. Okay, so here we'll say same thing, h3 with, let's say, class text height 50, and here we'll say query parameters tab content. All right, now next thing we have authorization. So here we'll say authorization tab content dot razor. So here we'll say for now authorization tab content. After that we need headers. So here we'll say headers tab content dot razor. So here we'll say headers tab content, and then last body. So we'll say body tab content dot razor and body tab content. Alright, so save everything. Now let's go back, and here now when we are looping through in this tab content, here we need to have those dynamic components. Alright, so for this what I am going to do, I am going to create a private dictionary here. So let's say I read only dictionary. Okay, and for this first thing I'm going to have maybe tab or maybe string. This is will be tab name. Okay, and it is going to return us render fragment. The value is going to be render fragment. Okay, so here we'll say tab content components like this, and we can make it as a field, and here we'll say new dictionary string render fragment, and then I'm going to have the mapping between tab and the tab content components. All right, so first one is going to be name of tab dot parameters. So for this the value is going to be the query parameters tab content like this. Okay, comma, let's copy this 4 times. So second one is going to be authorization, third one is going to be headers tab dot headers, fourth one is going to be tab dot body, then these components authorization tab component, authorization tab content, headers tab content, and body tab content. Okay, so here we have this mapping with this underscore tab content components. Now inside this tab contents, here inside this inner part, here we can directly render the tab content components with square bracket this tab. So this is simply a dictionary. We are just passing a key, which is this tab name, which is this thing, and on the basis of it we are simply rendering it. So whatever is the value, which is these values, content of this tab, we are simply rendering these. So save it. We should see the same behavior which we were just seeing before making this change. Now the only thing which has changed is we now have separate components for each tab content. Alright, let's quickly see. Query parameters tab content, authorization, headers, body, and we can move around, and it is right. This is what we need. Cool. Now we can start working on these components one by one. Okay. Okay, so for query parameters, first we need a model which we'll use for key value pair, and the same model we are going to use with headers because that is also going to be a key value pair. So it's better to have a centralized class. So we are going to create a models folder. Inside that I am going to create a key value model.cs. Okay, make it public and have two properties in it, public string key and public string value. All right, cool. Save it and we are good now. Let's go to the query parameters tab content here. Inside this I am going to have a code block. Inside here I am going to have a private list of key value model, which we can have like this at the rate using. So let's move this using to underscore import so that we don't have to add it. We might need other models on almost all the pages, so it's better to have this at using in the underscore imports.razor file. All right, key value model, and here we could say the name underscore query parameters. Okay, with the default value of empty array with a one empty key value model. That means we will at least render one key value text box so that we can always see something, right? Okay, now let's remove this dummy h3, and here we are going to have ul, or before ul let's have a span tag, a small span tag with some classes. So here we'll say, let's say text white 50, and let's say display block. Here we'll say query string parameters, then ul, and here we are going to add for each loop, and here we'll say the query parameter. So query parameter in underscore query parameters. All right. Now here we can have li. In this li, let's have class as display flags. So we are going to have key, text box for key, text box for value, and one delete button. So these three things side by side in the same row with three columns. Okay, so I'm having this display flags. Let's run it and we'll design it, and then we'll see the design. Let's move it. Query string parameters, this is fine. Okay, let's remove all other files, close all but this. Okay, now inside this li I'm having this display flags, and after that I am going to have a input type text placeholder key, and then let's have some classes. So first we'll have form control class with bg black and text white 50. I guess that's all what we need. Let's copy it one more time. This time we will use it for value, and then we'll have one button type button class btn sm btn danger, and here let's say del. This is for deletion, or let's say delete. Save it. Let's try to hot reload, and we can see this key, value and delete button. We need to have some spacing between these. Alright, so this is display flags, so we can have a gap of 1. Save it. We can see some gap. After that, this white border, we don't need this white border. Okay, so let's come here and let's remove that white border. For that we can say border dark for both of these. Save it, and we can see this. All right, now this query string parameter, it starts from here, but this section starts from here, so there is something which is not right. So on this UL, let's say class, if we'll say m0, what would happen? And what about p0? There was some padding from the left. So now we have key, we have value, and we have all this stuff which is looking nice now. All right, now let's do this. Let's add one more parameter, so we'll see how it will behave with multiple values. Let's add 2 more. If I try to hot reload, I can't see this, so I need to rerun the app. Okay, it is coming, and now we can see these 3 items here. So we should have some spacing vertically as well. Okay, so on this li only, where we have the t flex and gap 1, here we'll say my, which is margin y 2, and now we are good. All right, key value, and we are good with this. Now let's have one let's first add that add button here, so that we can click on that button and it will add a new parameter, or we could say new row to this collection. All right, so for this, out of this ul, I am going to have one more div with class, so display flags, align items center. Okay, and we'll have w100, which is width 100%. Inside this, I'm going to have a hr horizontal rule, that line, okay, with bg black. Save it. After that, I'm going to copy this, and between these two, the hr, then add button, then again hr. So here I'm going to have a button type button only with classes btn sm btn outline dark, okay, and text white, and here we'll say plus add. Save it, and let's try to hot reload, and we can see this button here. Okay, so now next thing what we'll do, we want this hr and this hr to span to the entire width minus this button's width. So on this button, I'm going to add a style with the width of, let's say, 100 pixel. All right. Now in this first HR, I'm going to have a style, and here I'll simply compute using the calc function of CSS. So here I'll say width calc. Okay. This is going to be 50%. Now this 50% is of this div, this section. So that means this 50% section. From this 50%, we will subtract 50 pixel because this is 100%. So we are going to simply have it till here. All right. So this is for its width, and then we can also have some height of, let's say, 2 pixel, so that this line shows a thick line. Now the same thing, let's copy this HR and paste it after this so that both of these sides looks same. You see, now we can see this add button and we can see these lines, left and right lines, and then we have this. All right. Now when we click on this add button, it should add a new value to this new row to this section. All right. And when we delete this, then it should remove that particular row from this collection. So we need to have two methods. One is to insert or add a parameter, and one is to remove a parameter or delete a parameter. All right. So let's quickly create these two methods here. So we'll say private void add param. Okay. So here this is going to be single line. Here what we can do, we can simply say query parameters. Query parameters. I don't know what is happening, why IntelliSense is not working. Query parameters dot add, and we'll add a new key value model to this. Then we are going to have one more method. So private void delete param, and this time we will pass that query parameter, so that key value model query parameter. And for this one, what we'll do, we'll simply remove that from this query parameters collection. So dot remove this query parameter. Now let's use these two methods. So add param, we have this button. On this button we can have, or maybe let's have it on this div, so that we inside this row, if we click anywhere, then it should add it. Or maybe let's have on add only. Choice is up to you. So on click equals add param, and then this delete button here. Here we'll say at the rate on click equals, here we are going to call delete param method, and we'll pass this query parameter. Now everything is fine. There is one problem now. This delete param, on clicking of this, we are actually modifying this underscore query parameters, right? Which is a parameter, which is a main iteration collection. Let's try to use this first. If we add, we are able to add. If we delete, we are able to delete it. Okay, so when we work with values, then we might have some issues with this, so we'll fix it later. Right now, let's see. Add and delete, this functionality is working as expected, right? We can add and we can delete the query string parameters. For values and actual binding of values, all that stuff we'll work on it after some time. Right now we are just trying to work on all of these tab contents. All right, so looks like this section is good. We will just change the first default query parameters. So now we'll have only one value in it. So save it and let's stop and rerun so that we can actually see what is happening, although we just saw it. But if we are breaking something, or okay, by default this is selected, and we can see query and this single value, we can delete it. we can add multiple, we can delete anyone. So that one is only getting deleted which we are deleting. We can verify it. If I delete this one, oh, this is not working. You see, we have some issue here. If we add, I am trying to delete this second one, but it is deleting the last one. Okay, let's do this to verify it. 1, 2, 3 and 4. Okay, now if I delete, let's say I'm deleting third one, fourth one got deleted. If I delete first one, third one got deleted. So this deletion is working in order. That is not what we want, right? So the problem here should be this: we are modifying this collection, okay, and this is a for each variable. So it's not a good idea to modify the same iteration collection on which we are performing for each loop. So for these cases we should work on for loop. Okay, so we'll change it a bit. So what we'll do, instead of for each, we'll have for loop. Okay, here we'll say var I equals 0, I is less than query parameters dot count, I is less than query parameters dot count and I plus plus. And inside this we'll simply say var query parameter equals underscore this query parameters of I. Why it is coming if and if? Alright, I. So the below part, this is going to be same. So save it, stop it and quickly run it. Behavior should be fixed now because now we have different value. So what was happening earlier, because that was iteration variables, it was always getting the last one. Okay, let's have these 3 or maybe let's have these 5. So 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. I'll delete second and it is again same. Something is not right. We are missing something. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. If I delete first, 4 is getting deleted. Let's try to add a breakpoint and we'll see what is happening here. Query parameters dot remove this query parameter which we got as a parameter for this call, which is this query parameter, which should be this I only. And because we are having it here, so this is a copy kind of. Let me think what is happening here. I might be missing some basic fundamental concept here. So do let me know in the comment if you guys know what is happening here. We are looping through, having all these, everything is fine. Let's try to add in this. I'm going to have let's say in constructor I'm going to have key equals some math dot random okay, let's do this. Random dot shared dot next dot toString. I'm just trying to see what is happening here. So now this key I'm going to inside this first input I'll say value equals @ key query query parameter dot key. So let's try it out. I just want to see if the actual correct thing is getting passed to it. So put a breakpoint and let's run it. Okay, we are here. Add. Now let's say 135287 or maybe this 4780. If I delete it, this should have that 4780. Yes. Query parameters, it is a collection of 4 items, and the first one is index 1 is 4780. And now if I go there, and now if I check what we have in query parameters, we have 3, and the first one is different, second one is different, third one is different. Yeah, that got removed from here. If I continue, 47 is not here. If I delete it, okay, because that was empty, that's why it was not working. It is a bit strange. If we create a new instance, if we don't have any value, then it was using the same. Okay, so that means because we were simply having all those empty, that's why we were having that, and we were not binding the values, that's why it was deleting at the very end, because for it all the references were same. Why? Because I don't know why it is happening. We are creating new instance, whenever we are adding it, it should have been a totally different instance, but still it was using the same instance. I don't know why it was happening. So if you guys know what am I missing here, please do let me know in the comment, and we can discuss further, maybe related to this one. But we are good. If we have some value, then we know this is working as expected, right? Let's quickly see it one more time. Okay, add. Now I'll remove this 95, this one, so that 951 only got deleted. Now this first one 78000. All right, now this last one 13397. Yes. Now let's say this first one 3096. Yes. So thing is working fine. Okay, the multiple empty lines, we are not going to have that, and when we'll bind the values, then it will be fixed automatically, so we don't have to do anything. Now let's go to quickly key value model, and let's remove this random thing. We can delete it. We can remove this value for now. All right, so for this our UI is ready for this query parameters. Now we'll work on the next section. When we say next section, it will be request param section. So next tab, basically the authorization tab. All right, so for authorization, let's go to authorization tab content, and here also we are going to have a code block, and here again we are going to have an enum. So let's say auth type. First we are going to have none, no authentication, then we are going to have basic, and then we are going to have bearer. These three which we are supporting. Okay, save it. Now in here we will have a div with class, let's say row. Inside this we are going to have a div class called 3, and next one div class called, let's say 1, to show one bar here, pipe, to separate these two sections, and then div class 314, and now we have 8 left. 8. All right, in this first one we are going to simply display a select box. So here we'll say div class MB3 we can have it, or if we cannot, if we don't want, so this is fine. Then we'll have one label with class, let's say text white 50 with some margin bottom, let's say MB3 or MB2, and here we'll say authorization type, or let's say just auth type. And after this label we are going to have a select tag with class form control, okay, bg black and text white 50 and border dark. All right, inside this we are going to have one for each loop. Here we'll say auth type in enum dot get values from this auth type enum, okay, and here we'll have simply option value, this is going to be this auth type only, and then text is also going to be this auth type only. This should be this enum dot get values. Okay, save it. Now we are good. Now this, and then this call one, here we can have div class. So Bootstrap gives us one VR class, which is vertical rule. This is similar to HR tag, which is horizontal rule, horizontal line. This VR is vertical line. So for this there is a condition, it should be a child of display flags. So we are having this display flags here, and we are having justify content center, and then we are having this div class VR, okay, and in this VR we can have bg black as well, and yeah, that's all I guess. And let's have some, okay, let's make it a width of, let's say 2px. Save it. Now in this last one, not 8, it should be call 8. All right, here we are going to have different UI for different auth type. For none we are not going to have anything. Then for basic we are going to have username and password, and for bearer we are going to have a text area where user can paste token. Okay, so we would need to have that condition. So for that condition we need to check what currently selected auth type is, right? So inside this code block we will have private, let's say string, we'll say selected auth type. Okay, by default we are going to have auth type dot none. All right, now whenever we are changing it, this select, then it should change. So for this, on this select only, what I'll do, I'll say bind equals, and I'll simply bind this @ selected auth type. Alright, so whenever we are changing any value from this select box, it is going to change this thing, and whenever this is changing, this component will re-render, and on the basis of this we are going to render different UI for different auth type. Alright, so for this I am going to add a switch statement here, switch, and here I'll say selected auth type. Here I'm going to have different cases. So first case I will have name of auth type dot none. If that's the case, we can simply have a div class, and inside this div, after that let's break first. Inside this div we can simply have let's say div class let's say display flags, justify content center to move it center, and then some margin top, so let's say empty 3. And inside this we can simply have a simple message that this request does not use any authorization. So we can have this p tag. Here we'll say this request does not use any authorization, and on this p we can simply say class text white 50, and now we are good for the basic case, that none case basically. After this let's add one more case. Next we'll have name of auth type dot basic break, and then we are going to have username and password here. Okay, so here I'll say dev class, let's say row. Okay, inside this row I'm going to say dev class call to. Inside this I'm going to have a label with class form label and text white 50, and here I'll say username. Let's close this div and let's close. No, row is fine. We have this username like this. After this, no, row is not fine. We should close row as well. Alright, after this username text, this label, we should have text box for username. So after 2 we are going to have, for 10 we are going to have input type text. Okay, placeholder we'll say enter username, and then we'll have a couple of classes here. So we know that form control, and then bg black text white 50 and border dark. We have been using these classes on all the input boxes. All right, so this one is fine for username, and then let's copy it, paste it for password. Enter password and input type password. Save everything. We are good with this basic as well. Now after this basic, next thing is that bearer token. So for this we'll add one more case here. Case name of auth type dot bearer. We'll add break, and we'll copy one of this row. Okay, for label we'll say token, and then instead of this input we will have text area here. Text area type is not required on text area. Placeholder, yes, we need. So here we'll say enter or paste token. Classes, we are good, we need these classes. Now text area is not a self-closing tag, so we'll make it like this, text area. And let's have some default lines. So for this we have rows. We'll say, let's say 5 rows by default. All right, so now I think we are good with this design. We just need to check if everything is working UI wise, if everything is working fine or not. Okay, let's try. Okay, it is coming. Let's go to authorization. We have none. Request does not use any authorization. If we select basic, we can see username and password. If we go to bearer, we can see token. So that means this selection and this thing is working fine. All right, let's have some spacing between these two. This section and this, or it is fine, right? Okay, it is fine. All right, let's leave it like this only. But for basic, we should have some spacing between these username and password, and then let's not have this long. It is looking a bit weird. Username and password is not should not be that long actually, but the token is that long, so we are good with token but not with basic authentication. All right, so first some spacing. So what we'll do, let's on the first row we will have MB3. Okay, margin bottom 3. After that, instead of this called 10, let's have it somewhat called 4 or 5. So 4 and 4. Save it, hot reload, and we can see this. Okay, it is looking better. Cool. Parameters working. Authorization, we have this. Cool. Now we are good with this tab also. Now we'll start working on the actual functionality. We'll work on it later. Right now we are just trying to get all these tab contents ready. All right. All right. Now for headers, request header, this is going to be exactly same as the query parameters tabs, right? We'll have key value, add, remove headers, and the functionality will be a bit different. For query parameters, we'll generate query parameters whenever we are adding key or value, and for headers we will not generate anything. We'll simply fetch those header values when we will send the request, right? So what we can do, we can simply go to query parameters tab content, we can copy everything, go to headers tab content, paste everything, and just change the heading. So request headers, and then what we can do, instead of query parameters underscore query parameters, we can rename it to underscore headers. So it makes sense in that case. And then this query parameter will simply change this to header. Query parameter, we'll change this to header. And then this add param, we'll say add header, and delete param, we'll say delete header. And let's do the same thing, add header and delete header. And now we should be good with this. All right, let's quickly try it out. Authorization, headers, add, delete, delete. All right, this is same. Next thing, we'll work on this body. Let's go to this body tab content. So here, first thing, we'll add our code block. And here also we are going to have an enum for body type. So right now our application, it's supporting two body types. One is none and one is JSON. All right. And here we'll have one private string underscore selected body type, and by default we'll have name of body type dot none. All right, now let's remove this h3 from here, and here we'll have div class row. Inside this div class, let's say call 12 the complete width. Here I'm going to have a label with class, let's say form label, and text white 50. Here we'll say, let's say body type. All right, after this we are going to have two radio buttons for this selection of this none and JSON. Okay, so here I'll add 4 each, although we have only 2, so we can directly have those, but let's use this. So here we'll say body type in enum dot get values body type. Okay, now we'll simply have one label with class text white 50. Inside this label we are going to have an input type checkbox, sorry, not checkbox, radio, input type radio. Okay, class form check input, and on this I am going to have a name to group the radio buttons. This is basic HTML. So if we radio buttons are mostly in groups, so we need to have add the name is just for grouping, so that we can select only one radio button from that particular group. So name we'll have, let's say, body type only. Okay, and then we need to have body for this, sorry, value for this. So for this we'll have this body type, this parameter, iteration parameter, this body type here, this will be value, and then we should have checked set to, here we need to provide a boolean value for this. So here we'll say if this underscore selected type, selected body type, right, selected body type equals this body type which we are currently iterating. Let's move it to the next line. Okay, so for checked we'll pass this. What is the problem here? Body type is body type, get values, oh, get names, let's use get names. Alright, now this returns string, so now we are good. We will check it, this radio button should be checked if this current radio button, this current body type is selected body type. Alright, then now we have this input. After that we need to display body type here, so that we know that this radio button belongs to which text, which body type. So this is fine, save it, and now we should be good. After this thing we are going to have a div with class row, and in here we are going to have, let's say, if else condition, we can have it underscore selected body type equals if this is name of body type dot none, then do this, else do this. Okay, so if body type is none, then we can simply have a div with class, let's say, display flex justify content center and mt3 margin top 3. Here inside this we are going to have a p with class text white 50, and here we'll say this request does not have any body, then close this div, and we are good for none. And for JSON, now we are going to have something here. So first we'll say div class call 12. Now we need to have something here to provide some area where user can write or paste JSON body. So I'm going to use a pre tag here with content editable. This is the feature of, this is pure HTML only. So instead of text area, I'm going to have content editable. So if you see the demo here in body, we have this content editable. This is a div actually, pre tag where we have this is not a text area, we can write here directly. Alright, so we are going to use this. Okay, so call 12. Inside this I'm going to have a pre tag with class w100, so width 100%, h100, height and 100%, whatever we have. We'll have some border, let's say border 1. We'll have bg black, text white 50. We don't need any margin here, but we will have some padding, so p3, and we are good with this. Okay, after this let's add content editable attribute here. So true false, this is not required, this is kind of checked and all that. So we will have content editable directly, and it will make this pre to content editable. We can directly enter something here. Here on this let's have some style as well. So for styling, here we'll have, first we need to have some min height. So minimum height we will have somewhat 250 pixel, and then width, which we already have that 100%. So we are good with this. Save it and let's run it. We'll see how this is looking. The body tab, let's move it below so that if we need some designing, we'll do this. Here we have this body JSON, nothing is happening. That's because we have not bind it, or we are not handling the on change first thing. But before that we need to have some spacing between these, right? Body type, none, JSON, these radio buttons, all these are don't have any space between them, so we need some spacing. So for this we'll go to this first label. Here we'll say ME5, so margin and 5. Then inside this radio button and this span where we have this text, so we'll say class ms2, margin start 2. So save it, hot reload, and we can see this. And now between these two also, none and JSON, let's have some spacing. So for this also, inside this label, let's have ME5, margin and 5. So let's hot reload again, and now we are good, none and JSON. This ms2 is great, let's make it ms1, so the spacing between this text and this radio button. All right, so we can see this. Now the selection is not working. This selected body type, we need to change this body type. So for this what we'll do, we can simply have on this input, we'll say on change equals, we can set underscore selected body type equals this body type, and all this should be lambda here. All right, so save it, hot reload, let's see if it works. None, JSON, none and JSON. Yeah, we can see something, right? None and JSON, we can see, we can type, but this does not have that black color. Why? On this pre tag bg black. Save it, spelling mistake, hot reload, and we can see this black, right? And here we don't need this border, this white color, right? When it is coming, when we are focusing it, right? We should fix this. Okay, we'll fix it later, but for now we are good. We can go to none. Request body does not have any body, then we can go to JSON, and here we have this thing. All right, okay, so we are good with this height and all this. We'll fix it later after some time, but right now all our tabs, all these are functional UI wise. The actual functionality is not there yet, but the UI functionality, it is there. We can move around the tabs, we can change, we can play around with these. I think UI wise every functionality is working. Now we just need to start implementing the actual logic for these tabs. That will start next. Alright, so for functionality for all these tabs, we'll start from our first tab, that is query parameters tab. So on this, whenever we are adding anything into these text boxes, key and value, we should generate a query string, and whenever we are deleting any row, then also we need to recompute that query string. Alright, so for the first thing we need, that will be a private nullable string underscore query string. Okay, so this is the query string which we want to generate, and let's display it in the top where we have this span query string parameters or parameter, and we can simply, or we can remove this query string. So here we'll say query string and then this generated query string. Okay, save it. Now for this we can use @bind, okay, which will bind this input text box with some property, and that some property is going to be query parameter dot key. Same thing we'll do for the second one. So bind query parameter dot value. Now it will work, but there is one problem with this. Ideally it depends on your use case. For our use case, for this particular context, this is not going to work for us. The thing here is this bind, how it works, it will bind the whatever text we have inside this input to this query parameter dot key property when we leave this text box. That means whenever this on change event is getting triggered, and on change event gets triggered whenever we move out from the text box. All right, so now there is one thing we can change this default behavior. So if we hover over it on bind, this says binds the provided expression to the value attribute and a change event delegate to the on change attribute. By default it adds with the on change. We can simply say bind event and then we can say on input. So now it will be triggered as soon as we start typing. So with each key press it will get triggered. So now it will add this key to the values in real time, we could say. But for this also, for our particular use case, what we need, whenever this value is changing, we need to recompute this underscore query string. So we need some hook by which we can re-trigger calculation for this query string on both of these key and value. Now there could be multiple approaches. We might have key and value, we might have some property changed events on this key and value, and then we can use this. Or the simplest solution we are going to do in our particular use case, we will not bind it directly, rather we'll say we'll set value with this query parameter dot key. So this is one way from C# code to HTML. Now whenever we are changing it in the HTML, for that we'll simply react to on input, and for this on input we can provide our logic. So here we'll simply say event, which is E, and then we can say set key. We can create our own method here, and inside this we'll pass this event and we can pass this current query parameter instance, this one. Let's create this set key method in here in our code block. So here we'll say private void set key. First is keyboard event args, which is this E, and then key value model of this query parameter. Alright, now with this what we'll do, First thing, this value is not automatically going to be assigned to this key. We need to explicitly set this. What is the error here? It is saying ASP.NET Core component change event tags, not keyboard event tags, change event tags. All right. So now we need to explicitly set this key. So we'll say query parameter. Oh my God. Query parameter, which is this variable, this parameter, dot key equals, on this event we have access to the value property, which is a nullable object. So we can say question mark dot toString. And now we are good with this. All right. It can be null, so it should be nullable in this, but we are okay with this. All right. Now, after setting this, we need to generate or recreate our query string. So for this, what we'll do, we'll simply say underscore query string equals, we will get this underscore query parameters list. Okay. On this, or maybe we'll do string dot join. Okay. And for query strings, we use ampersand, comma, we need to provide values. So this is going to be underscore query parameters dot where q goes to q dot key, where key is not null or empty, not string dot is null or white space. We could use q dot key, because key is required for query string, value is not required. We can have in query string we can have key, but we are opt for not having the value. Okay, because when we have our logic, we can simply check for that flag or something like that. If that presents in query string, we'll do some operation. So for that, so key is required, value is not required. The point is this. All right. So here we have this query string where this, and on this we can apply our select dot select. From here we'll say q goes to, or let me do this, let me get this out of this thing. Here we'll say var query, or let's say available query params, something like this. All right. And we are doing this underscore query parameters where this, and then on this we'll apply this select, and here we'll simply say q equals, we'll generate a string here, and that string is going to be q dot key equals q dot value, and then here we'll say these available query params, something like this. And now our query string should be ready. All right. So whatever we have, this thing actually, this query string, it will simply generate our query string like this. For example, let's say we are implementing some paging, so it will generate like this: page no equals 1 and page size equals 10, and maybe some other filter parameters, let's say sort by equals id and sort direction, something like this, equals asc ascending, so anything. So it will going to generate a string like this. All right. Now same thing we need to do with value. This is for key of query parameter. So let's copy this, paste this, and here we'll say, instead of set key, we'll say set value. All right. Now this query parameter dot value, we'll set this, and these two lines are going to be same. So now it's a good candidate to be extracted out in a helper method. Okay. So let's create it. So here we'll say private string, and we can say recreate query string like this, and we can simply cut these two things out, or maybe we can simply uh, return void. We don't need it because we are directly setting this query string here, right? And we can call this recreate query string here, and same thing we can do when we are setting this key. So we'll say recreate query string, and now we are good. Now let's bind this on input set key, the similar method on this value. So we'll remove this bind, and both, actually we need both value and this first one is for from C# to HTML. The second one is for from HTML to C#. So this way we are achieving two-way binding. Alright, so query parameter dot value for this one, and here we'll say set value. Alright, now when we are deleting this parameter, when we are adding any parameter, then that will be an empty key and value. So we are good with this, we don't need to recreate anything. But when we are deleting, so if we have some key and value and we are deleting that particular row, so we need to remove that thing from our generated query string. So that means from our delete parameter method, where is this delete param method, we need to recreate this query string from here as well. So let's change it to body, and here after removing it, we'll simply call recreate query string from here as well. So now we should be good. This functionality should work now. Let's quickly try it out. What happened? Okay, it's here. So right now this query string, there is nothing. If I start typing, you see, we can see this thing, and this equals. We should not have this equals if there is nothing, right? Let's follow this, that example which I gave, page number, and here let's say 1. So you see we are getting it directly here. If I add here, I'll say size equals 25. So you see this query string is getting generated, and sort by ID. So this is working. And now let's try to delete this size one. If I delete it, pay attention to this string. So if I delete, you see page no equals 1 and sort by equals ID. Okay, so this is fine. And we can have, as I mentioned, we can have the key without value. Oh, that's why we are having it. Yeah, this makes sense. We can have key without any value. So this is fine. This is a valid query string. All right. So this we are done. Next we'll work on this authorization. So for authorization, let's open this authorization tab content. Now we have 3 auth types. For none, we don't have to do anything. For basic, we need to have 2 piece of state for username and for password. Okay, and it has, we need to track all the changes whenever we are doing something in those text boxes. But here is one different requirement we have. We don't need to or do we need to store something? Yes, we need to keep on recalculating that authorization value, right? Okay, so for this also we'll need similar functionality, but let me show you a different way, which I showed you, that we can have some maybe I notify property change or something like that, or we can simply have a full property and we can use the getter and setter. For setter, we can compute our authorization value. Okay, so what I mean is, let's start. What I'll do here, first thing, I need a private string underscore authorization value. Okay, for now let's show it somewhere on the top. So let's copy that line from our query parameters tab content, this span, we'll add it at the very top, and here we'll say authorization value, auth value, and this should be underscore authorization value. All right, so that we can see that something is happening here. All right, now for basic we need to have username and password. So we need to track the changes for those. So whenever we are typing anything, we need to have the actual value computed. So for that, what we'll do, we'll simply have a full property. What I mean is we will have private string underscore username and then this username, which is a full property. So for getter, we'll simply return this underscore username, and for setter we will have this approach, and after setting this we will compute or calculate our authorization value. So let's create a method here, private void, let's say compute authorization value. So first let's create this method. For this method we need to same have our condition to check what type of auth we are right now using. So we can simply apply switch statement here. Here we'll say underscore selected auth type. All right, and here first case that name of auth type dot none. So if this is auth type dot none, we can simply say underscore authorization, or maybe we can leave it for default case. Okay, what we'll do here, break colon. Here we'll use first for basic. If this is basic, so if you are familiar with basic authentication, it uses this format, username colon password, and then it requires it to be base 64 encoded. So base 64 encoded version of base 64 encoded string generated from this thing, username colon password. So this is for basic auth. So we need to get this thing ready here. Okay, so here password is not required, but username is required for basic authentication authorization for both, we could say. So here first we'll check if not string dot is null or white space underscore username, or not underscore, let's use username property here. If this is not null or white space, then we'll simply say var, let's say value equals, here we'll generate our value which will be username colon without any space password, which we don't have right now, we'll have it here. So let's copy this thing, paste it one more time, and we'll change this to underscore password, return this underscore password, set this underscore password, and this should be password property. So now we have this username and password, generated this value. Now we just need to convert it to base 64. Okay, so here we'll say base 64, or maybe we can directly set this authorization value equals, this is actually authorization header value, that's why I'm keep calling it authorization value, because this is going to be added to the authorization header of the HTTP request. All right, so here we'll say convert dot to base 64 string. Okay, and for this we need a byte array, let's have it outside only. So we'll say value byte array equals, here we could say system dot text dot encoding not encoder, encoding dot utf8 dot get bytes, yes, from this value. And then this value byte array, we can use this to generate this base 64 string, and then we are setting it to this. Now what if this username is empty? We'll simply say we'll go to else case, and here we'll set authorization value to null. And if this is confusing, let's change this authorization value to authorization header value. Rename authorization header value. All right, on top also, yes. Okay, so for this basic authentication, this is done. Now let's move to our second case, which is name of auth type dot bearer break. And for this we need our bearer authentication. For this we know, sorry, that authorization header value will simply be bearer and then token. So we need to have one more piece of state here for our token. Okay, so for that we can simply have private string nullable string underscore token, and we can use this underscore token directly here, and we are good. Our authorization header value is ready. And for this, the basic also we need the same thing. It should start with basic and then the value. All right, now if it comes out of this, that means any other case. In our case, the only other available case is no auth. So for default case, we'll simply use this to have this as null and break from here, and we are good. And if somehow this thing is set to something else, so we can do one more thing. We can simply cut out from here. We can add it after the switch statement. We can remove this default case, and instead of breaks we can simply have return, so that it directly returns from this method whenever it set any of the authentication type. So this will also work. All right, so this compute authorization value, we are going to use it when we are modifying this username. At that time we'll call this, and same thing when we are setting the password, then also we'll call this. And same thing we need to do with token, and I'm using this underscore token. Let's use this also as a full property. Token, this should be uppercase token, nullable. All these properties should be nullable actually, because if we are in some other mode, some other type of auth, then these are going to be null. So let's have this nullable token, return underscore token, set underscore token to value, and compute authorization value. Save it. Let's rename this method as well. Compute authorization header value. Save it, and now we are good. Okay, now what we'll do, we'll simply bind all these username, token, password, all these fields. So here we have our username, we have this text. We can simply say bind equals @username, and here we are not worried about that using other event, that on input and computing something on change and on input, because we are not constantly generating query string. Okay, we will use this header when we will actually make the HTTP request. At that time we will simply get the generated value, generated computed authorization header value, then we'll use that directly. So we can simply have it, we don't need this add it here. All right, same thing we'll do with password. So bind equals password, and same thing token, this text area, bind token. Okay, so let's quickly try it out. If I run it, If I go to authorization, here by default is none. For basic we have this. If I add something in username, I move out, then this is getting generated. If I add something here in password and if I move out, then this is the base64 generated version of username colon password. Okay, we need some spacing here. We'll do this. And if you go to bearer, then also we should change this actually when we are moving around, when we are switching this selected auth type, right? We should reset this. Okay, then we have this enter paste token, and if we add anything, I will come out from here. We can see bearer and then this token. Go to basic, we have this thing, then it should simply compute this. So whenever we are changing this thing, then also we need to call this. Let's fix this. Or for these things, let's keep on generating this in real time as well, right? So instead of on change the default event, what we'll do, we'll simply change the event type. So @bind colon event, we can use on input. That means this two-way binding should work on input. Let's copy this thing and add this for both of these other controls as well. And after this, whenever we are changing this selected auth type, then also we want to simply call this compute authorization header value. Alright, so for this what we can do right now, how we are selecting it, we simply have this bind with this underscore selected auth type. So let's convert this as well for a full property, the same way we are having it like this. So we'll say public or private string selected auth type not equals, and for getter, for get we'll simply return underscore selected auth type, and for set we'll simply set underscore selected auth type equals value, and then we'll compute our, what was that, compute authorization header value like this. And now we'll simply change the bind value for this select box. So select, it was bind @underscore selected auth type, so we'll simply have selected auth type, which is a property. So save everything, let's stop and maybe rerun directly. Now we should have it fixed. It should come down as soon as we are typing, and on selection, on change of that drop down, it should change the value as well. So none, there is nothing. If I select basic, we have this. If I start typing, you see this is coming real time, we are good. If we go to bearer, this is bearer without any value. If we add it, we can see this. If we go back to basic, we have this basic, that means everything is working as if you go to none, this is blank and this does not need any authorization value. All right, so this thing is working. We just need some spacing between these, right? Let's add it. So for this one, for this span, let's have MB 2 hot reload, and now it came. Cool, so we are good with this. So that means parameters was working, we made it work, then authorization is also working. Now we can move to headers, this third tab. All right, so till now we are simply just adding values for these the functionality. We will bind or join all the functionalities after we work on all these tabs. Okay, so for request headers, with headers tab content, we don't need to generate anything beforehand and we don't need to show anything here. All right, what we'll do, this will be used when we will send the HTTP request, then only we'll get the currently added headers and then we'll work on those. So for this, we don't need to add anything in code block. We can simply directly bind these key and values with these headers. So we'll say header dot key, And for password, we'll say simply not password, this value. So header dot value, and we are good with this only. We'll simply get value when we'll try to send the HTTP request. So that's all for this header. Now we can go to body tab container. We need to do a lot inside this because we will have that copy paste functionality as well in this. So we need to do some additional stuff for this. We will need JavaScript for this. So for body, first thing, when we are in JSON mode, then we need to have some default text. Okay. So in here, I'm going to create a private const string. Let's say default text. Alright, here I'll say enter or paste JSON body here. Alright, after that we are going to have one string, a label string actually, underscore JSON body. Okay, and default value for this is going to be default text, and this underscore JSON body we are going to add it here. Alright, now what we need to do, let me quickly show you. So when I go to body and I select this JSON, when I click inside this, then this text should not be here. This should cleared out from here because this is the default. Now if I start typing, I need to add from here. So I need to remove this manually. That is not what we want. That is not going to be a good user experience. Okay. So it should, when I click inside this, if this is this default text, it should get clear. Alright. And if we remove everything, and if you come out of this this content editable, this pre-tag, then if there is nothing inside this, if I come out, if I click outside, then it should again show the default text here. So we need to check focus in and out both. If we are focusing in and if that default text was there, we'll simply remove it, and if we are focusing out, there was nothing in this text box, we'll simply set the default text into it. So for this focus in, focus out, we need to create our methods first, and then we are going to have one problem here. When we'll focus in, focus out, we need to get the value from this pre-tag, and that is going to be a inner HTML text. Okay, this is not a direct input type text or text area or select or checkbox or radio button. All the input fields we can directly get values, but for this thing, this is a content editable HTML attribute. We need to get inner HTML of this. Okay, so here is, we have this challenge. So for this we need to hop up to JavaScript only. That's the only way. So we need to create at least two methods. One is getting the content from this content editable, and one is to set the content to this content editable. Okay, at least these two we need. So for this, what we'll do, let's quickly go to the www root folder, and we will create a JavaScript file here. So let's create, we'll call it app.js. Alright, and here we'll create two methods, two functions. So function, first we'll say get HTML from content editable. Alright, and here we need to have element ID so that we can directly pinpoint that element and then we can get value from that. Alright, so here first we need to get this element. So we'll say element equals document dot get element by ID, and this is the element ID. Now we'll check if this element actually exists. Now if this exists, then we'll simply say return element dot inner text. We are not going to use HTML because we are going to remove all the functionality, or not functionality, or formatting. We just need the actual text content. All right. If that's not the case, we'll simply return null. Let's create second function, which is this get. We should follow JavaScript convention. It uses this camel case. So here we'll say set HTML to content editable. Same thing, element ID, and first two lines are going to be same. We'll get the element and then we'll check if we have this element. If we have, then we'll simply say element dot inner HTML. This time we are setting inner HTML. That I'll show you why I'm doing this. So inner HTML equals the text which we will get as a parameter to this method. Text. All right. So why I'm using inner text here and why I'm using inner HTML here? Let me show you with some example how this content editable works. Do let me know in the comment if you guys know about content editable. That is that HTML attribute. We can make any HTML page editable, any HTML component editable. Do let me know in the comment if you guys know about it. This is very old now actually. We use it for creating website builders mostly. So I have opened this and let's open any website. We are using get bootstrap. Let's try it out. Let's see this thing. Right now if I'm clicking on it, nothing is happening. I'm trying to type it, nothing we can do. Now let's open the developer tools. Select this is H1, right? Now inside this H1 I'll double click on it and I'll simply set content editable. Okay, I added this. Now you see I can start typing and I can change this button directly. Now because this was direct text, we are getting this. Now let's say after this WITH with, or maybe after this, if I press enter and then I'll start typing and then again I press enter and I select something, I make it underline. Okay, now if we check the body of this H1, whatever we have changed right now, we first have this text, then we have one div because we pressed enter. Inside this we have this U tag which is underline because we made this thing underline. Then we pressed one more enter, it generated this one more text, then this space and then this text. So you see in this H1 now we have this inner HTML. But when we are working with that JSON body, we will just need text, not anything else. So when we'll press enter, it will going to generate a div or p element, but we don't need that because that is not the valid JSON value. Okay, now let's try to get the values by the methods we are using, right? Let's try to use those methods only. Here I'll say var h1 equals, I'm simply going to say document dot query selector, and I know this is h1 with an attribute content editable. So this is the way we can access this element. So now we have this h1 and now on this h1 we can say dot inner HTML. I'm trying to access this. If I press enter, you see inner HTML is going to give us complete HTML with div tag, U tag, all these things. Now if I do inner text on this, you see what I get with this slash n's of course, but we are going to get the actual data. All right. So now when we'll do the opposite, that means when we will simply get this the inner text only, but when we'll set HTML, that's because we want to remove all of these things. What I mean is, for example, let's say if I will set inner text, so let's say I'm saying this a colon true. Let's say I'm trying to set this. Okay, now if I try to access inner text, we are good, a true. But if we try to access inner HTML, it might have some HTML in it. So it's better to avoid that case. We will get inner text, but we will set inner HTML, and in inner HTML we will directly set our text content. Alright, I hope all this content editable thing is clear to you. Okay, so that's what we are doing here. Now we can simply call these methods from our page using JS runtime. But before that, we need to add this app.js to our application. So for this, we'll go to our www root folder and index.html page, where we have added this app.css and all other these things. Here we'll simply say script type text JavaScript, which is default, and src equals this app.js. Save it. We are good. Now if we come here, we just need to inject IJS runtime. Let's call it JS runtime, and now we can easily use it in our Razor page. Okay, so what we can do, we can simply create helper methods here. So I'll do private string, or let's say private async task of string, and this can be nullable. We'll say get body JSON, something like this, or let's say get body text async. Okay, now we can access this from our JavaScript interrupt. So it's better to use try catch block here so that we avoid any unnecessary unexpected errors from here. So here we'll say await JS runtime dot invoke async, and the return type is going to be nullable string, because that is what is the return type for this get HTML from content editable. We are going to return text or null. All right, so after this we need to provide the identifier that is going to be name of the method. So that is this get HTML from content editable. Now it needs one parameter with this element ID, which we'll need for this method as well. Okay, so what we can do, we can simply have a private const string body ID, something like this, and we can have it any ID, request ID, let's say req ID, and then we need to simply add this to on this pre tag. Here we'll say ID equals this body ID, and now we can directly pass this body ID here. So now we have this body text from here, we can directly return from it. So return it, and if there is any exception, we can simply alert or show this exception here, log this exception, and at the very end we can simply return null from here. So this method is ready. Now focus in and focus out, let's work on those two methods. So here I'll say private async task, let's say on focus in, when we are focusing inside that. Here first we'll try to get the body text. We already have this method, so we'll say get body text async. Now we have this body text, then we'll check if not, or maybe we can do we can check if string dot is null or white space this body text. If this is null or empty, or body text is equals default text. Okay, so this is the case where we know either there is no text, nothing inside that, or we have this default text here. In both of these cases we will simply clear out that that text that pre tag with that content editable. We are going to clear out all the content from this. So for this case, first thing, we'll simply set our JSON body to null, which is the way by which we are going to access the body content. And after that we'll simply say await js runtime dot invoke void async. This time we are going to set HTML content. So let's call this function here. It needs two parameters. One is element ID, next is text. So element ID is going to be that body ID, and the text or content we are going to have is null. We don't need anything inside that. Save it, and now our method is ready. Okay, now let's generate the other version of this on focus out. Let's copy this method, paste it here on focus out. We'll get the body text. After that we'll check the same thing if body text is null or empty, or it is default text. No, actually in this case this is fine. If we have this null or empty, we have not added anything inside this, in that case we'll simply set JSON body to default text, and we'll say await JS runtime invoke void async set HTML content, and this content is going to be default text. Alright, so our focus in, focus out, both of these methods are ready now, and now we can add these methods to our pre tag HTML. Let's add these methods here. So I'm going to say @on focus in. So we'll call our on focus in method, and then @on focus out. We'll add our on focus out method. All right. Save it, maybe stop it, because we made so many changes in index.html, javascript, body text. Save everything and let's run it. Okay, it is here now. Go to body, JSON, default text is this. If I go into this, the text is gone. If I come out, the text is back. Text is gone, text is back, right? This is what we need. Now if I'm here and I try to add something, and now if I move out of this text is not getting cleared, because now it is considering that there is some text which is not default text. And yeah, we can have that case also, right? No, we are not going to have that. Okay, so this is fine. This is the thing which we need. If we add something, then it is not going to clear out, and if we will clear out. This is blank now, and if I come out, we will see this default text. So that means our body related stuff, this functionality is also working fine now. All right. So now with this, all these tabs are functional. All these have their own states. Those are working and managing all the states. Now next thing, we need to have everything combined, everything clubbed in. Okay. So did we already added that URL and all that stuff? Did we make this component functional or no? This enter or paste URL? I think no. If we go to our request method URL component, here we made the drop down working, but we didn't make this input text working, right? Let's do this. Let's make this input text working. So for this, we are going to have a private string, which is going to be nullable string underscore URL. Let's use this. So in this input, we will bind it. So @bind equals this underscore URL, and on this we will use bind event on input. Okay, so it should trigger on input, and on this we are going to have one more event. We are going to say on key press. Okay, on key press. So we will trigger the send button call when we press enter inside this. Then in that case also it should make that HTTP call. Okay. So here let's first define this on key press method. So here we'll say private async task on key press. On key press, this should be uppercase O, on key press, and this is going to be a keyboard event task E. Here we can simply check if e dot key equals if e dot key equals enter. So we'll make HTTP call. For that, let's create a dummy method right now. We'll add the functionality later. So let's say make HTTP call async like this. And here right now we can simply have one, let's say, alert message. So await app dot current dot main page dot display alert title, it could be anything. We'll change this right now, just having it. So making HTTP call and okay, and we are good. So let's call this method. If we press enter, we'll say await and call this thing. Okay, and same method we'll call when we press this button, this send button. So here we'll say on click and let's say make HTTP call async, and now we are good. Okay, and after that on the top we have this untitled request. Now we know we have this underscore URL bind here. So for this, what we'll do, we will not have this always, this untitled request. Instead, we'll have some dynamically generated thing here. So here we will check if string dot is null or white space underscore URL. If this is null or white space, then we'll say untitled request. If that's not the case, we'll display underscore URL. Save it, save everything, and now we should be good. Let's quickly try it out. So this is the URL. This says untitled request. If I start typing in this, you see, we can see this thing. And if I press enter, it is going to show us this alert message. And if I press this send button, then also it should show this. Okay. So both of these things are working. And if I removed everything, we can again see untitled request. And if I keep on adding spaces, this is null or empty, white space. So that's why this is saying untitled request. So we have this thing ready now. Here we have this HTML, not HTML, this URL ready. Okay, so now next thing we'll work on generating the request. When we are clicking on this send or pressing enter inside this, then we need to generate our HTTP request. We are not sending it right now, we'll send it later, but right now we just need to generate our HTTP request message. Okay, so let's close everything. We'll start afresh. Okay, so for this first thing, now we will check our hierarchy. We have our home page, which is our main page. From here, we have this request method URL component, which is going to have a request type. Okay, HTTP verb, get, put, post, delete, and URL. Okay, and after that, we need to enhance that request by adding query parameters, request headers, body, authorization, all those stuff. All those things are inside this request param section component. Now these two components are sibling component. We can simply have a piece of state and we can share that state with both of these components, and we can get data or any operation from both of these using event handlers, right? event callbacks. Now if we go to this request param section component, request param section component, here again we have these child components where actually our query parameter authorization header body resides. So that means if I make this request from this request method URL component, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to generate that request, that HTTP request inside this request method URL component in here. And after generating that request, HTTP request message, I will pass that request message to its parent, which is this home. And here we will make the actual HTTP call. Okay, we'll call API here. And then whatever response we get, we will pass this response from here to this response section component so that this component can display that response. Okay, so this is the flow we are going to use. Now if you go to this request method URL component here, when we'll generate our request HTTP request message, we will need all those tabs. So the query string, the authorization, the headers, and that body. We need all those inside this make HTTP call async in this method. Now how can we get those? If those have been maybe let's say the sibling component, we can simply ask its parent and that can generate. But now there is one more problem here. The problem is we need that data on demand. That means when we click on it, at that time we need the data from all those different components. Okay, so now the flow is a bit different. What we are going to do now, pay attention from here. We are going to build logic for this. We are going to generate something here. So first thing, we need some centralized service or class or state which we can use as a, we could say, single source of truth. So we can flow data into that and get data from that. Okay, so for that what I'm going to do, I'm going to create a class in maybe let's say on root only. I'll say app state. This is going to be a global app state and public class app state. Now this is going to have couple of properties. Let's say for all those tab contents. Now if we have something like this, public string, let's say query string, something like this, and we will register it as singleton and we use it at both the places. Now the problem here is going to be, we need to exactly know when we should get the value of this. Let's add this for headers. We'll say request headers, which is going to be headers, which is going to be a list of key value model. Now the problem here we are going to face is when we should set this value. That's the problem. We know exactly when we want to get it, and that getter part is when we press enter or when we click on the send button. That means when we are calling this make HTTP call async method in this request method URL component, then we need to get the value. But when, how would we know that when we need to set the value? How can we set that value? Because we don't know when we are going to click on that button. So in this request headers, one way is to keep on always adding the value to this on each and every operation, right? Same thing with query string, same thing with body, same thing with authorization value, all those things. But the approach we are going to take, that is going to be a bit different. We are going to use delegates and events, not direct events, but a way of that event kind of thing. So what I mean here is, instead of having it directly as string, what I would do, I would simply say func of this will return us a string, nullable string actually, for query string. I'll rename this to query string getter. Okay, so now what it will do, it is actually a method, a func delegate. I will call it from my this make HTTP call async method. So it will simply execute this function, execute this method, then it will get value, where we will get value from it. Okay, now next thing is, okay, getter is fine, but when we will set the value for this? So this value setting part for this particular query string getter, we are going to have it inside our query string parameters, query parameters tab content in here. Okay, so in here, when let's say we are calling that, when we are initializing this method, so we'll override on initialized. Here we'll set app state query string getter property. Pay attention, we're setting that property. Let's quickly do this. Let's do this. So here, to prevent the unexpected flow, we'll make it private set. Let's remove this for now. Private setter, and we'll have a method here. So public void, we'll say set query string getter, this thing, and here we'll simply use this func of string. So this way we will simply set the value to this query string getter. Okay, let's say func only, and here we are defining it as like this. Now let's quickly inject this, or maybe before that let's register it. So we'll go to our MAUI program.cs. Inside this we'll say builder.services.add singleton, because we need only single instance of this app state throughout our application, so that we can share everything for this app state. All right, so now let's go to the query string, this query parameter tab content. Here we are going to inject it. Inject app state, we'll call it app state only, and then inside this on initialized, what we'll do, we'll say app state dot query string getter. We cannot set it, but we can use this set query string setter. Inside this we need to provide a func which will return a nullable string. So let's define that func. So it is going to be an empty function without any parameter, and it should return something, and that return something is, we know that this underscore query string is the generated query string, and boom, we just set it. Pay attention, we are not executing it, we are not at setting it, we simply set it as a function, callback function basically, and this is going to be executed whenever we are going to call this get query string getter method, then only it is going to be called. Okay, let's quickly see how all these things will combine. Let me show you. So after that, I'll inject this to this method URL component. Here inject app state, we'll call it app state only, and in here, when we are trying to make this HTTP call, here I'll say var query string equals app state dot query string getter, and on this we can simply invoke it. Now the flow would be, when this component, this query parameter tab content component getting initialized, then it will simply set this property, it will not execute it. Then on this request method URL component, when we press that button, send button, or press enter, then this method is going to be called, and from here we will get query string using app state dot query string getter dot invoke, and when we are invoking it, at that time this thing will get executed, which we set in query parameter tab content, and then it will get the latest value of this underscore query string. So this is the flow. Let's quickly see if we are able to get the value for this. All right, let's add this maybe query string inside this only. Call with query string, this query string, let's make it dynamic. Save it, let's run it, so that we'll see if we are getting query string. The same way we'll do for all others, but first we'll see if it is working. All right, we have it. Let's add something here. A equals B, add one more. C equals 1, add one more. R equals true. Okay, these three different type of values, and we are in this enter or paste URL. We'll say https abcd.com. I'm pressing enter, and when I pressed enter, you see making HTTP call with query string A equals B and C equal to 1 and R equals 2. That means this value. So we are able to get the value from one component. So from one component we are getting the value from it, this component's sibling component's child. Okay, so this is a way by which we can get the value from different hierarchy, nested hierarchies. Alright, so same way we can simply work with all other things also. So let's quickly add all those getters and these methods. Alright, after this we will need authorization header value. So for that also we'll do this. So we'll say authorization header value getter. Let's create one more method here. Set authorization header value getter. This is also going to be nullable string, so we are good. We'll set it. After that, let's add one more. This time we'll have our request headers. So we'll say request headers value getter, and the request headers, this is going to be a list of key value pair, key value model actually. Okay, let's create one method for this as well. So set request header value getter, request header value getter, and the func type, it is going to be this list of key value model. What happened? Oh, func of list of key value model, my bad. Alright, now next thing we have body. So body is also going to be string for JSON body actually. So body value getter, let's copy one of the string one. So body value getter will set body value getter and then set this body value getter, and now we are good. We just need to call these methods setting these value getters actually. So save everything and let's go to query parameter. We can simply copy this for now, and we'll go to all the components, tab components one by one. So let's go to authorization tab component. Here do we have on parameter on override method? No, right? All right, let's do this. So maybe after all these, before compute, so the place is up to you, you can add it wherever you want. Override on initialized. Here we are going to say app state, but we didn't inject it, so let's inject it first. At the rate inject app state, we'll call it app state only. App state, and in override this on initialized, we'll say app state dot authorization set authorization value getter. Okay, so this here we'll say that you should get a value from this underscore authorization header value. So this is the value which we want to return from here, authorization header value. Let's go to the next one, which is going to be headers tab content. Here first thing we need to inject our app state, then we will have override on initialized, and here we'll say app state dot set request header value getter. Now it from here we should return a list of key value model. Okay, This we know this is this underscore headers. So we'll return this underscore headers directly. Alright, save it. Or maybe we can say underscore headers dot where h dot key is not null or empty. Not string dot is null or white space actually, because we need the headers where the header key actually exists. We cannot have header value without a key. So dot to list like this. All right, save it. Now let's go to body. Here we'll inject our app state, inject app state, and let's go to override on initialized app state dot set body value getter. From here we will simply return underscore JSON body, or we should actually return the, where is it, the focus out. This is setting the actual text, right? No, it is not. It is not. If this is not null or empty, in that case we should set this underscore JSON body with the else part. We should set underscore JSON body equals this body text. Body text, right? Yes, body text. Body text. So from here we will simply return this underscore JSON body. So all these setters are done. Let's close all. Let's go to request method URL component where we want to generate our request body. All right, here. So save everything. Now we can get all the values using this app state dot query string getter, header value getter, authorization value getter, and body value getter. All right. Okay, so here we'll start working on this make HTTP call async method. First thing we need to check if we actually have underscore URL. So here we will check if string dot is null or white space underscore URL. If it does not exist, we will not do anything. We'll simply return from here. Okay, because URL is required for making any request. Now next thing is, maybe our URL we directly added google.com without HTTP or HTTPS, but in order to make call using HttpClient we need scheme as well, right? HTTP or HTTPS. So we'll check here if not underscore URL dot starts with, if it does not start with http colon slash slash, if it does not start with this, and let's make this string comparison string comparer comparison dot ordinal ignore case. If it does not start with HTTPS, HTTP, and it does not start with HTTPS, that means there is no scheme defined in this request, HTTPS. If that's the case, what we'll do, we'll explicitly add HTTPS to the request, to this URL. So we'll say underscore URL equals, we can say HTTPS plus underscore URL. Okay, and before going further, let's add state has changed so that it changes the state, although it should directly change, but let's have it here. Now we know our URL is fine, but there could be still some problem with this. So let's have one more check here. We'll say if not URI dot is well formed URI string, if this is some invalid URI underscore URL, and here we'll define URI kind, and this is going to be absolute, always absolute. We cannot have relative URL here because we are making this HTTP call which is not related to relative to this thing, this our application, right? Relative URL makes sense when we are running some let's say server application, some ASP.NET Core application, and we have any URL, we can directly add slash and it will point to the same domain and everything. But in this particular case, there is no domain, there is nothing. It is not a web application, right? So we cannot have relative URL here. So we need to have absolute URL. So here, if it is not an valid absolute URL, okay, so from here we'll simply alert error and return from here. So this error we can simply show device alert. So we'll say app.current.main page, or let's do this because we are going to use this other places as well. We are going to have confirmation box, we are having this alert boxes at 2 places, we might need to have it other places as well. So let's create a service, or maybe on root only. We'll say MauiInterop. Interop.cs. Okay, let's make it public, and here we will have these static methods. So public static, let's say async task, we'll say alert, or yeah, let's say alert async, or show alert async, show alert async. And here we are going to have string message, we can have string title, and this we can make nullable because we might not want to show this the title. So we'll simply have alert as the default text. Okay, and here what we'll do, we'll simply say await app.current.mainpage.display alert, and we can add title, message and cancel button. So title, message and cancel button is going to be simple okay button. Okay, all right, let's save it, clean this, and now we are good. We can use MauiInterop.showAlertAsync. Let's go to our request, and here instead of app.current.mainpage we can simply say MauiInterop.showAlertAsync. And here we can add our message, we can skip alert if we want to. So in message we'll say invalid URL, or maybe let's have this as a title. So for message what we'll do, we'll simply say please enter a valid URL. Okay, and then title would be invalid URL, and we'll simply return from here. So save everything, and let's change this display alert as well. We are not using it right now, we are using it right now, but we'll remove it later. So let's do this MauiInterop. We don't need this third parameter here, which we are using as default. And let's switch these. First we are having message, and then we are having title. So quickly try it out if this thing is working, this MauiInterop and this adding HTTP, HTTPS and all this stuff is working. Okay, if I add just as I said google.com, if I press enter, you see we added HTTPS by default. Okay, alert is also working. Now let's see if we have explicitly added HTTP abcd.com. Now it should not add anything. It added this. That means we are doing something wrong here. Not start with http:// not and, it should or. Okay, it's either not this, no, not, it should be and only, right? And if it is not starting with HTTP and not starting with HTTPS, What happened here? What did I add? I add http colon slash slash abcd.com. This is fine. I might have misspelled this. I might have added HTTP. That's why it added this HTTPS. Yeah, it might be like this. Alright, now let's try if I'm having some invalid, let's say some invalid characters in this. It will add HTTPS and then it will say invalid URL. Please enter a valid URL. Now this is not a well-formed URL. That's why it is saying. That means this thing is working. So we are good till this place. Alright. Now we can actually start actual work making the HTTP request message. Okay. Okay, so let's start generating our request. So var request equals new HTTP request message. Okay. So if we see, we can provide method and request URI. Okay. So for method, we can say new HTTP method, and we can get a string method which is going to be a selected method. Alright. The next is going to be request URI. Now here is a catch. This request URI, it should be the complete URI. When we say complete URI, URL plus query string. Okay. But we don't have that directly. We have query string as a separate part and we have current URI as a separate variable. Alright. First, let's get query string. So we are here with query string. Now, when we are showing this URL at the very top, we should display the complete URL, whatever request we made. So URL with query string. Alright. So that means we should not show this underscore URL here. We should display some other field, some other property. So for that, what I am going to do, I am going to create a property here for this URL. So I'll say private string URL, or let's say full URL. Okay, this is going to be a get only, and here we will generate our complete URL. And for this, first thing we can have, I don't know, string URI equals underscore URL. Then we'll get the query string so that we can have this call, query string app state dot query string getter dot invoke. We'll cut it from here, we'll add it here. Okay, now we have it. And maybe before this underscore URL, what we should do, we should check if this is string dot is null or white space. This underscore URL will simply return from here. Maybe return null or maybe return underscore URL, whatever it is. If it is null, we will return null. If it is, or maybe let's return null only in this case. Or string dot empty. It's up to you. Now if that's not the case, we have query string now. After this, we will simply check if we actually have any query string. We might not added any key value pair in the query parameters tab content. So we will check is string dot is null or white space this query string. If this is not null or white space, then what we'll do, we'll simply generate this. We'll have this under this URI equals, we'll compute it, generate it by using string interpolation. So we'll say, let's say URI dot trim, and we will trim if we have question mark at the very end of this URL. We might have this case. So we'll remove this from here. After that, we'll add it explicitly, and then we'll add this query string which does not have question mark. Or if somehow we got this question mark in this query string, we can simply say trim start to remove this query string, this question mark. So now we are sure that there will be only one question mark after the URL, and after that we are going to append our query string. And after this we'll simply return URI, or if we don't want to have this additional thing, we can directly return it from here. So we'll say return, and instead of this URI we'll use underscore URL. We'll remove this, and at the very end we'll return underscore URL directly. Alright, here we know that this is not going to be null because we already have this check first, so we are sure that this is not going to be null. Save it, and now we can use this full URL. First we'll display this in this h6 on the top. We'll say @full URL, and this is dynamic, so we don't need @, we can remove it. And same thing here with this HTTP request message, we are going to use full URL. Okay, so now our URL is ready. After this we will start adding the things one by one. So after this we will check if we have, or maybe let's start adding request headers. So we'll say var headers equals appstate dot request header value getter dot invoke. Now we have a list of headers. We can quickly check if headers dot count is greater than 0. That means we have, and pay attention, this count is a property, not the method, which takes time, which is not optimal, but for this is fine. Now it should not be null, but if in any case it is null, we can have it as blank empty array. All right, now what we'll do from these headers, we can apply for each var header in headers, and then we will say request dot headers dot add name and value. Okay, so name is going to be header dot key, and value is going to be header dot value. And now we are good. Okay, now we can remove this count greater than 0. We can directly use it here because we are, if this is null, we are setting it to empty array, so we are good. We don't need to check for this count. It will simply skip this. It will not throw error if it is null. Now we have our headers ready. After this we will get our authorization value, authorization header value. So var authorization header value. For this we'll simply say appstate dot authorization header value getter dot invoke. Okay, then we'll simply check if this is not string is null or white space authorization header value. If this is not, then we'll simply say request dot headers dot authorization. If we set it, it should be authentication header value, but let's do this. We'll add, and here we know that the name of this header is authorization, and value we have it here, authorization header value. We are good with this. After this, now we need body. Okay, so for body, that body for get and delete request, we don't have body. We have body for post and put. Okay, body applies for those only. So here we will check if request dot method, how can we get this http method? Oh, let's do this. We'll say http methods what happened, http method dot All these are string. No, these are HTTP methods. Delete HTTP method. Okay, let's do this. So here we'll check if request dot header, sorry, not header, request dot method is equals HTTP method dot post, or this is HTTP method dot put. This should have the implicit of this operator overloaded, right? So this will check. Okay, all right. If this is post or put, then we will get the body. Okay, so here we'll say body equals, and here we'll say app state dot, what was that, request body, or just body value getter dot invoke. Then we'll check if this is not null or white space body, then we'll add this body. So first we need to create our body content. New, this is going to be string content. We can provide our content and media type, and this string media type. So we'll have our content, which is body, then we will have null as encoding, and media type application / JSON. All right, our body content is ready. Now we can simply add this body content to request.content equals body content, and now we are good. Now our request is ready, and now we don't need this call here. Let's move it to the very top so that you can see if something is happening. All right, alert error, we have it. Let's remove this as well. So now we have our request ready with all these values. Now we can simply send this request, or I mean to say just pass this request to its parent home page, from where we can make the actual HTTP call. All right, so for that we need to pass some data from child to parent. So for this we will use events basically. So event callback in Blazor's language. So we will have a parameter here at the very top, prop event callback, and it should be a generic type, from where we will simply pass HTTP request message. Okay, here we'll say on request send, something like this. All right, let's add the parameter to this, and let's make it editor required, because this is required for this method to function. Or should it be required? Now we can remove this if we want to, but for our use case, without this the application will be incomplete, we could say. So now we have on request send. After all the operation in make HTTP call async, here we'll say await on request send dot invoke async, and we will provide our request here. All right, save everything. Now we are good. Our request is ready. Okay, let's check it. I'm adding this here, and let's add a breakpoint here. We will just see if we are getting all these values correct. I'll run. First, I will not add any value, then I'll add partial value, and then I'll add full values. So we'll quickly check all these three cases. So URL https www.google.com, just this. What is happening? That is not here, right? Something got broken. Untitled request, this is here, but if I start typing, then that thing is not here. We are missing something. In our full URL generation, if we go to, okay, this is the problem. It should be, if the underscore URL is null or empty, then we'll return blank. Save it, let's rerun. Okay, so google.com, press enter, it came here, it checked, okay, we have value. HTTP or HTTPS, we don't have it, so it will add it. Next, well formed URI, fine. Now request, it is a get request with this request URI. Then we are getting headers, count 0, it will not do anything. Alright, authorization value getter, this will be null, it will not do anything. Then we'll check method. So this is actually get method, so post and put, this condition is false, it will continue, and we are okay with this request without anything, just get and this URL. Continue. Now let's quickly add some key value. So here let's say page 1 and I don't know, ABC true. In authorization, let's select basic. So I'm saying username, and here we'll say pwd. Headers, body, let's do this post request. So send, we are here, we'll see URI, this is fine. Now headers. So for headers, where is the query string? Okay, this is in full URL. If we check full URL, we have this page equals 1 and ABC equals 2. That means we have query string in the full URL. Then headers, count 0. Then authorization value getter, we have this basic authorization. So basic, and this is the value. We got it, correct. We are adding it. Next, this is post request, right? So we'll come here, we have body, which is enter or paste JSON body here. Now this is a problem actually. We should fix this. Now it will try to add this as body content, add JSON content, but that is not correct. So we need to fix this thing. Alright. And now if we check our complete request, here we have content which we added, we have headers, and in headers we have this authorization headers fixed, right? Or we will also have body, but that is incorrect. So let's quickly fix this first. So we'll go to our body tab content, and from here, when we are returning this JSON body, here we'll add a condition. That condition is going to be, if JSON body equals default text, we'll simply return null, else we'll return JSON body. Okay, so this makes sense now. If this is actually default text, we will not return anything. So it should be null because there is no body in this case. So save it, run it. Now let's quickly add couple of header values as well, and then we'll add body as well. So let's make it put abcd.com, parameters ab, authorization, let's say bearer, I'm adding some token, header, let's say x API 1, some secret header 123, okay, and then body, JSON body, and let's say ID 10. I'm adding this, send this request. We are here, we'll see all these things one by one. Full URL is $A equals B. Headers, now we have headers. So if we check headers collection, it has 2 headers. If we add request.headers.add, now we have this key and value. Secret 123, header got added. Then we have authorization value, it should be that bearer value. So bearer and this token, All right, we added this. Now this is a post request. We come here. If we check body, body is id colon 10 with the slash n's. We should remove these slash n's. We'll do this. Now we have this body content and we are good. Body content, we set it, and now our request is ready. Now if we quickly see this request, so content, we have this content with header application JSON, then actual headers which we added. These are default headers, authorization header we added, and after that whatever headers we have added, that should be on the top or where? Okay, maybe somewhere at the end. Result view, we have XAPI, secret and authorization, these three headers. After that method is put, options, properties, request URI, complete abcd.com slash question mark a equals b. This is query string. So complete thing, all the logic, everything is here. And now our request has everything. It is ready to be sent. So let's stop it for now. And what we'll do on this body, we'll do this invoke. Inside this, we'll say body equals body dot replace. Okay, and we'll replace slash n with blank. Okay, and I think we should do this beforehand, well, means here only, then we'll check this. All right, so now we have our body ready, we have everything ready. Save it, and great. All right, now request is ready. We are moving this request to its parent, which is our home page. So on home page, we have this thing here. We can have our own request send method. Okay, so here we'll say make HTTP call async this method. So we'll define a code block here. We'll say private async task make HTTP call async, and this will get HTTP request message as a parameter. Okay, we'll say request, and now we are good. Now we can simply provide body to this method. So for the response, we'll have one field here, private string nullable string. We'll say response text. Okay, then inside this, let's have try catch block. So in try, first thing we'll set response text equals, we'll say making HTTP call. All right, after this we'll create our HTTP client. We'll say HTTP client equals new HTTP client. We can use all these things. You can enhance these application. I'm just making a minimal application, so I'm not going to use everything. I'm just going to work on core functionality. We have HTTP client ready, and after this we can simply say await HTTP client dot send async, and here we can provide our HTTP request message, which is our request, which has everything. So from here we'll simply get response. It will give us response, which is going to be HTTP response message. So maybe we can call it HTTP response message only, response message. All right, now after this response text, right, we should have one more piece of state where we'll say what is the status code. Okay, so now we have HTTP response message. Here we will check what is the status code of this call. Okay, so we can get this on this HTTP response message. Let's call it response message only. So on this response message, we can get status code. Okay, and we can get dot reason phrase as well. So what we'll do, we'll say underscore status message status code equals, here we'll say response message dot status code. This is by default HTTP status code, this enum, which has this text, continue switching protocol, all this, okay, and all this thing. So we will get the string number part of this, so we'll convert it to int, not string, int. So we'll convert this to int. So int status code, and then we'll add one space, and then we'll say response message dot reason phrase, which will tell us what it is, 200 okay, 404 bad request, that thing. Alright, now we have status code ready. After this, we will check if response message dot is success status code. That means if it was successful, if it was 200 requests, 2 to 300 maybe, there was no any error, client error, server error, 400, 40123, any error. If there is no error, then it will come to this if condition. Okay, and inside this, first we will try to get the content. Okay, response content. So here we'll say await response message dot content dot read as string async. Okay, then we'll simply check if not string dot is null or white space is content. If we have this content, then we can simply set response text equals content. Alright, now if this was not null or empty, if it was null or empty, so we'll simply can set response text to string dot empty, and in catch block we can maybe log this error, or we can simply set this also as a response text. We'll say ex.message, and we can also display alert here. So we'll say await MauiInterop dot show alert async, and here message we'll say ex.message, and title we'll say error in making call, or yeah, just error is fine. Alright, and finally we will reset this response text. Now we have a problem. Not problem, we should, oh, we are resetting this response text, right? Here, here, and here we are resetting it everywhere. Let's add else here. So I was thinking maybe we have this response text making HTTP call, it will always be there, but this is not going to be the case, so we are good. All right, and if it came here, we should reset the status code as well in this exception, so we'll make it null. All right, so looks like our method is ready. HTTP call async, we will modify it, there are a lot of modifications required, but for now we are good with this. Okay, now we need to pass this response content, this response text, to this response section component. But before that, let's display this status code here only. So in this BG warning, now we can remove this BG warning, we don't need this. Okay, now here what we'll do, we should have a div with 2 rows, one for displaying that response heading, and then second one for displaying the actual response section, response content. All right, so for this, let's have first div with class where we will have response, this heading, and the status code. So this is going to be a display flex. Okay, then justify specify content between, so that both of these response text and status code, these are on side by side on each corners horizontally, left and right basically. Justify content between. Then the first one we are going to have, let's say h6 with couple of classes. So for classes we'll say margin 0 default, we want font weight to bold, and we need text white 50. Okay, yeah, sorry. So then we'll simply say response, this is the hard-coded text here. After this we are going to have one div for the status class. So inside this we'll check if not string dot is null or empty, that underscore status code. Okay, then we will simply display a label with class text white 50, and here we'll simply display that status code like this. All right, okay, now let's have this align items centers, vertically center also. All right, and on this one let's have some background color as well. So let's say bg gray, save it, and we should be good now. All right, now for this response content we will have a div here with class bg white. We need it as white background, and then we are going to have it. After this white background we need to we need this response action component to take the entire available width for this div. Okay, so for this we need some CSS calculation. For this we'll add style, we'll say height, not available width, available height. What did I say? Height only. Okay, let's say calci 100% space minus space. Now height of this first div, this div's height. So this we don't know. So what we can do, we can simply set a fixed height for this. So on this div we'll say style height, we'll say 45px, and for this bg white we can say calci 100% minus 45px. All right, now we need this to overflow y scrollable, so that we can scroll scroll through the content, because the response could be long. So here we'll say overflow x, we don't need it, so we can say maybe let's say hidden, but overflow y we need this auto or scroll. Auto is for scrolling only, we can have it like this, auto. Save everything, and now we should be good with this. All right, then response section component, we need to provide this response text to this. So let's go to this component response section. Here we will have a code block first. We will have a property of type string nullable, and this will say response text. This needs to be a parameter and editor required. Okay, and now this we can pass from here. So here we'll say response text equals underscore that response text. Save it, and now we are good. We can add some styling to this component now. So here we'll say div class row, then take div class called 12, take entire width, and in here what we'll do, we'll have a pre tag. Inside this pre we are going to add a response text. So let's have width 100% and height under 100%, and some padding p3. All right, inside this we can directly add our response text. Save it, and we are good. Let's try it out. Send this request. Okay, so let's have some API request. Okay, so what we can do, we have one fake store API. Fake store API, we can simply read docs and we can use any of the link from here. Let me zoom it. So this is product 1 or maybe this products. Let's copy this URL and add it here and let's send this request. Remove this, continue, remove this, continue. You saw making HTTP call and then this. Let me try it again. Making HTTP call and then this data. Okay. Now this response, this is a JSON response and this is not formatted response. We need to format it first, then you see we have this problem here, this horizontal scroll bar on the complete application, not inside this, and that's why this response we cannot see that 200. Okay, it should have been here, but we have this scroll bar here. I don't know if you guys able to see it or no. There is a horizontal scroll bar. Let's do this. So there is this horizontal scroll bar and at the very end we have this 200. Okay, so this is not right. First let's fix this UI, then we'll try to format this coming JSON. But at least we can know now that our request and all these things are working great, right? Okay, so what we'll do, we'll simply go to our code and on home page, and what we'll do on this, inside this div grid we have this div class, the second one. Here we will add some style. First thing, we need height as 100%, not more than this. Whatever height we need, that means 100%, that means 50% of this top. Alright, after this we should handle the overflows. So the same way we are handling it here. Let's do this. Overflow X hidden and overflow Y auto, so that we can have scroll bar on top content. Save it. Alright, let's try to hot reload and let's see if it fixes this. And you see we have this section here and that scroll bar that is not here, so we are getting somewhere. And we can see this 200. Okay, everything is working here. Let's first try to fix this thing, then we'll see why this overflow X hidden, overflow Y. Okay, so first let's do this. Let's fix the formatting of this JSON response. Okay, so for formatting that JSON string, we can use JSON document parsing for this. So here what we can do, before setting this response text equals content, what we'll do, we'll say using var JSON doc, this is for JSON document, so we'll say JSON document system text JSON. So JSON document dot parse. Okay, and we can provide our string JSON here. So in that case, in this case, this is our content. Okay, now this is JSON document. Here we can simply serialize it or parse it. We could say the parsing, it would give us a JSON document. We can apply serialization on this JSON document. So what we'll do here, we'll say JSON serializer dot serialize. Okay, then JSON doc dot, here we have root element, which is the entire string, entire JSON document, whatever we got. So root element, and after this we can provide our JSON serializer, not context, we need JSON serializer options. Where is that? This one. Okay, t value and then JSON serializer option. All right, so for this, let's add new JSON serializer options. Okay, and for this, what we'll do, we'll get one property, we'll set one property that is going to be this right indented, and we'll set it to true, that we need this string serialized with indentation. All right, we can do this. Now response text, it will have formatted indented response. Okay, so we can simply save it and we can quickly try it out. Now using this, we have one small issue that I'm going to explain you. First, let's see if this is working. We had that products call, right? So send, making HTTP call, and now we can see this is properly indented, right? Formatted data, and we are good. Now we have this thing and we are okay with this, I guess, because for long lines it is required. We just need to set the minimum height for this. So for small single line, this should not be on the top, right? It should be at the bottom only. We'll do this, but right now we are good. We can see this. Now the problem I'm saying, let's say this does not have this slash products, and now if I try to send this request, you see we have an error, which is using this this functionality also working. If there is any error, app is not going to crash, it will simply show us this error alert. So we are good with this. This less than is an invalid start of a value, line number this, and this is happening because this is not a some API endpoint which is returning JSON. This is returning HTML content. Okay, so that's why it is not able to deserialize it, or we could say it is not able to parse it. So we should have this logic, but this logic should apply only if our response is in JSON format. Okay, so for this, what we can do, before doing all this stuff, here we are saying if not, this is not null or empty. Here we will check what type of content we are getting. So here we could say var content type equals, we can say response message dot content. Okay, and here we can have headers. From this headers we can get content type, and from this we can get media type. So this content type, now we will check if this content type is equals application slash JSON, then only we'll do this. Okay, if that's not the case, so inside else we'll simply set response text directly to the content. Okay, let's try it out if this works for both of our cases. All right, so let's send request, making HTTP call, JSON properly formatted. Now if I remove this slash products and I press enter, now we can see the HTML. That means response is working, our logic is working fine. All right. Now let's see if these query string parameters and all these things are working. So for this, in this fake store API, it is saying we can limit the results by applying this question mark limit equals 5. So this is a query string parameter, right? So we'll use this. Let's do this. Fake store API slash products. Right now it is returning us from ID 1. Here is a long list of these products. So now what we can do, let's apply this limit and we'll make 1. Okay, so limit 1. Let's see if this works. In the top section we can see question mark limit equals 1. This got applied, and here also in the response we only have one record. That means this query string parameters, this thing is working. All right, now let's try it out if we can do something else as well. Get all categories, specific category, add new product. Okay, so let's try this out. I'm going to copy this. So this is going to be a post request on this slash products only. Okay, let's try it out if this works. So I'm going to change it to post, URL is products only. We'll go to body, JSON, click here, add this. And now this thing also we need to fix this thing what we have right now. So I copied this, and when I pasted it inside this thing, now we have this problem. Right now it is this paste operation. This is actually a formatted paste, right? But this should have been simple string. This should not be this formatted, this background color white and all these things. So for this we need JavaScript. Okay, so what we will do, when we'll paste anything into this, we will get that before pasting, we'll parse that, we'll get the text content out of that, and then we'll set it to this JSON body, JSON body, this pre. So let's do this first. We'll go to our app.js, interpol w root folder, app.js. Here I'm going to create one more function. Okay, and here let's say remove formatting while pasting, something like this. Okay, and here we'll get same element ID, then we'll get element equals same thing, document dot get element by ID, this element ID. All right, then we'll check if this element actually exists. If it exists, then on this element we'll say element dot on paste. So there are two approaches by which we can do this. First is we can simply add document dot add event listener or element dot add event listener. Now the problem with that is going to be add event listener. These are, we can have multiple event listeners for the same type of event on the same element. So if somehow this method got executed multiple times, we will have multiple event listeners which will do the same thing. So for this we have another approach. What we can do, instead of using add event listener, we can simply say on paste. So now we are actually kind of setting a property on this element, and now whenever if it got executed multiple times, it will going to override this function, and we will always have only one on paste from this code. There could be multiples from other places as well, but from here this will be the only one. Okay, so on this on paste we will have simple function which will get an e, which is an event. On this e we will say e dot prevent default. Now this prevent default, what this does, this actually prevents the default behavior of this action. So on paste, what is the default behavior of paste? When we paste something, so whatever content we have in our clipboard, that is going to be added to the element where we are pasting. That is the default behavior. And when we say e dot prevent default, now it will prevent that default behavior. That means we will say right click paste or control V, but it will not do anything because we stopped, we prevented the default behavior. Now when we prevented, after that what we'll do, we'll simply get the text part of the clipboard. So here we can say e dot clipboard data. So on paste this event, this is clipboard event for on copy and paste. So from this we can get clipboard data. Now from this clipboard data we can call a method get data, and here we can have different formats. So for this particular case what we'll do, we'll say text slash plain. That means we need, this is same as we could say this inner text and inner HTML, right? So inner HTML will give you HTML, but inner text will give you only the text part of that HTML. Same thing, from this get data we will get plain text. It will skip all other formatting, HTML, all those things. It will give simple plain text. Now we have this plain text. Okay. Now what we'll do, we'll simply say element dot. Now we'll set inner HTML to this text. The same thing we are doing here. So now we will paste manually. Actually we are adding this inner HTML, that means we are pasting, but now we are not pasting the default. We are from clipboard data, we are actually formatting it. We are getting just the text part of this and then we are adding it here. So paste operation would still we'll see, but it will be a formatted text. All the formatting will be removed. It will be a sanitized text, we could say. Alright, now we need to call this method. Okay. Remove formatting while pasting. We'll go to our body tab content. We need element ID, that we already have this body ID, right? So we can use this only. This we have on pre. So we can have this. Now where should we call this method? We need to call it once. Now one thing could be we can have it in onInitialized. Now the problem with onInitialized is going to be, if we check what this function does, it try to get this element from document and then it checks if we have this element and then it will add this on paste. But onInitialized getting executed before the initial rendering. That means in onInitialized this thing does not exist on this page actually. So for this we have one more approach. We have one more method, that is override on after render. Okay, here we can simply check if this is first render, then do this, then call this method. But because this is async, so we'll override the async version. Protected override async task on after render async, and here we could say await JS runtime dot invoke void async, the name of the function, JavaScript function, which is this remove formatting while pasting, and then it needs an ID, so that we know that is body ID. Now you will think that this will work, but this will also not work. The problem here is, if we check our default thing, this rendering of this pre component, this is dependent on this selected body type. So if selected body type is not none, then only it will be on the UI. So by default is this is body type dot none. So when it is first getting rendered, then we will have this thing. So this method is not going to do anything. All right. Now we have a problem. Now we could say, let's do this. Let's remove this first render logic. We can have it like this. Now we know that whenever it comes, whenever there is any state change, any event handling, anything is happening on this page will re-render and this method is going to be called, and we will simply call this function. But now the re-rendering of this component is going to be multiple hundreds of times, and we don't want it to call again and again. We should call this once only when we are changing the selected body type with this JSON. then only we need it, right? All right. So for this, we need to first check when this underscore selected body type is being changed. Okay. So for this, what we can do, we can simply follow the same approach we have been following for others, that we can have maybe one method to set the body type, or we can simply make it a property, full property, and we can add our logic in the set part of that. Okay, so the implementation up to you, whatever way you are thinking we should do it. What I'll do, I'll simply create a method here. Okay, private async task, and here let's say set body type. Okay, set selected body type. All right, and it will get the change event args e. Okay, and here we'll say selected body type equals e dot value dot toString. This time we know it is not going to null because this is coming from the drop down select element, so there we know there is always a value. All right, now what we should do after setting this should be async set selected body type async. All right, now after selecting this, we need to call this thing, but we should just check if underscore selected body type equals name of body type dot JSON, then only you should do this. All right, now we don't need this one after render async. We can remove this, and now we are good. But now there is one problem, it will not work. Why this will not work? How these things work? First let's call this method. So we should call this from our select, which is, oh no, not select, we are using label, right? Labels here. On change we were doing this, so instead of, yeah, on change is fine. Yeah, we are doing it on change. So let's do this. Instead of having all this thing, we can simply call that method set selected body type async. Okay, so save it. We have value, we have checked, we have on change. All right, now when we are changing this, it will go to this method. Here we will set the selected value. We will check selected value equals JSON. Yes, because we just changed it. After that, we'll call this method. Now pay attention, this method does not got completed yet. That means the re-rendering process did not happen yet. We'll go here, we'll call this JavaScript method. We'll come here, it will execute this first line, get element by ID. It will check if this element exists, but this element does not exist because rendering process did not finish yet. It will be finished after going out of this method. Then re-rendering is going to happen, and then we will have this. So now we have this weird problem. We need to execute this thing after the next render. So how can we check that when the next rendering cycle is happening? We know for rendering we have an after render async method, but how to check, how to know that this is the next rendering, then we can execute this thing. So for this, what we can do, different frameworks provide different thing for this. In Vue.js, I love Vue.js by the way. In Vue.js, we have next tick function, and we can use that. But in this, we need to somehow implement some custom implementation for this. So that custom implementation is going to be, we are going to have one variable. Okay, now if we see this thing, we need to execute this thing. So this is an async function. When we say async function, it should return task, and now we know we are returning something. So the type of this private variable is going to be func, which is going to return a task. That means this is going to be an async function. We'll add question mark, it can be null, and here we'll call this execute on next render. Okay, now we'll have this, we'll check this. Here what we'll do, we'll simply say execute on next render equals, this is going to be like this, and this should be an async call, and it will call this thing. Now we are just adding, we are just assigning this function, this delegate to this. We are not executing it right now. We will execute it at later point of time when the next rendering is happening at that time. Okay, now what it is saying, we don't have any await, so we can simply say void, and we can remove this async. This async and await, this is a part of this variable's value, so this is not direct async await, so we don't need to add it here. Let's rename this here. So instead of, we'll remove this async suffix from here, and now we are good. We have this execute on next render. We just need to check this. Let's move it to the top, and here we will override on after render async method. In here we will check if this execute on next render, if this is not null, that means we have something inside this, right? If this is not null, we'll simply execute it. So we'll say await execute on next render dot invoke, and after that we will reset it, set it back to null. I hope all this thing is clear to you. If it is not clear, do let me know in the comment. I can try to create a simple POC, and then we can discuss it further, and we can maybe deep dive into this. So save it, and I guess we are good. Let's try it out now. So I'm going to stop it and then run it again till the time it is coming. We'll come here and let's copy this thing, this JSON stringify, and let's copy this method as well, this URL. Okay, so we are here. First let's add the URL, and then we'll go to body JSON, and we'll add our HTML, this JSON content. So you see, this is now using with that formatting is not here now. The actual the indentation and all this, for this we need to maybe use some third-party control or something like that. So I'm not going to implement that anything in this, but you are free to play around with this. More or less this is fine, we can do this. Let's go to post parameters, we don't need any. Body, we have this. Let's try to make this call. So send, making HTTP call, and we got 400 bad request. And why we got this, we need to check. API products, authorization header, body. Let's check what is the issue. And response home. Let's put a breakpoint and let's check what is the issue there. Home. If it is not success status code, we are not showing the actual problem. Let's do this. Send, making HTTP call. Now we have this response, 400 bad request. Okay, so response message, I'll say shift F9, and here I'm going to say dot response message dot content dot read as string async dot result. Just bad request, nothing else. There are no other details. Why it is giving us bad request? Let's see if we can find something in that documentation, something. If you, yeah, it is saying something. If you send an object like the code above, it will return you an object with a new ID. Remember that nothing in real will insert into the database. So if you want to access the new ID, you will get a 404 error. Okay. Show output, it will return this output. Okay, let me see why it is giving that bad request, 400 bad request. I need to debug it. I'll close all of the. Oh, I closed all. Alright, so I'll have this home and body tab content, these two here, and let me debug this. Alright, so I found the issue, then that is valid. It was somehow slipped from my mind. The problem here is if you go to body JSON and if you paste, we are pasting this thing. If you look closely, this is not a valid JSON. This is valid JavaScript, right? But this is not a valid JSON. The problem here is this title, this should be all these key names, these should be wrapped in double quotes, and the text string, this should also be wrapped in double quote. Okay, so let's, if we, then I found out because when I tried this thing, let's say I'll close this, I'll add this double quote here and then on this test product, and if I post this, post send continue, we are going to get 200. Okay, and with this ID and this title, that means that was the problem. So this thing we need to use this, and when we see Swagger documentation, all these, so it shows valid JSON with these proper double quotes and all this stuff. So when we are pasting it, we should have it, and when we are manually writing it, then we should always use that only. So maybe ID 5 comma anything, title, some random title, and then if we send it, it should work just fine. You see, ID 21, some random title, so it is working. Alright, so that means get, post, these two are working. Put and delete should also work the same way. Alright, now next thing, what next we have? So request is working, everything is working, and we should work on by default, when we open it for the first time, our response section, this is empty. We should have some default text or something like that here. Okay, and that should be here only when we have not clicked on the send button or we have not made any request, right? Then only it should be here. So for that, what we'll do, let's first remove all the breakpoints. So delete all breakpoints. We'll go to our response section component, and here we will get one more parameter. We'll say public bool request sent. This is going to be a parameter and editor required. All right, and now inside this we will check in this div called 12. Here we'll check if not request sent. Request sent. If request is not sent, then we'll show that. If request is sent, then we'll show this pre-tag which we were showing earlier. Alright, so request is not sent. What we'll do, we'll say div class will have display flags. Okay, flags column, we want to display, we want to add that icon here, flags column. Okay, and then what we'll do, div, we'll have one text and one icon. So for text, let's have maybe h5 or h6 with class fw normal. We don't want it to bold this message. And then let's say mt5 margin top 5 and mx auto to make it center aligned on the x-axis. Here we'll say send the request to see the response. Okay, and after this h6 we'll add icon here. Right now we are not having that, we'll have it soon. Alright, now let's use this. So we'll go to home page. Here we need one more piece of state here. So we'll say private bool underscore request sent, default value is false. And for this request response section component, we'll provide this request sent equals this underscore request sent. And for this request sent, we will set it when we are actually making the request. Okay, and when we should reset it, we'll reset when we are generating any new request, or when we'll select anything from that left history panel, which we have not worked yet. We'll work on that soon. Let's quickly see if this thing we can see it. Alright, send the request to see the response, but this icon is here. This is not right center aligned because we have not set that this mx auto on this. So let's add this plus mx auto, or if we don't want to do this for both of these, what we can do, we can simply remove this mx auto, and on this display flags, this div only, we can say justify, and because this is flags column, so the alignment is going to be changed, axes are going to be changed. So for flags column, align items center is going to be for horizontal alignment. Hot reload, and it is here. So we are good with this. And if we call anything, google.com, press enter, making HTTP call, and now we can see the actual response here. Now that thing got removed from here. Alright, so I guess we have achieved a lot till now. We have a lot of things, everything is working. The only thing we need to change that icon, this delete icon here and in header section. And yeah, that's all for this one, right? Then next thing, we need to work on this history component. So for this history component, we will need SQLite. So let's start on that next. Close, close, close all. Alright, so for SQLite, we are going to have only one table to store the request history basically. And yeah, we will need CRUD operations on that. So from that also we'll simply insert, read all, and delete these three operations. Update operation is not there. Alright, so for that, what we'll do, first thing, we need to add install NuGet packages. So the NuGet packages we are going to need in this application, those are going to be SQLite Net PCL. First is this one, SQLite Net PCL. This first one, SQLite Net PCL. Let's install it. apply. Cool. And after this we need one more package, that is going to be SQLite pcl raw.bundle underscore green, this one. Okay, we need these two packages. So if you want to learn more about it in detail, I already have a video series, that is two-part video series on my channel, in which I explained how to integrate the SQLite with .NET MAUI application. So that video is in detail, so I would add the link to that video in the description box. So I would recommend you guys to check out that video. So what you should do, you should simply pause this video, check those videos out, and then come back to this video, so that you will understand the SQLite related stuff better in this .NET MAUI context. Okay, all right, so I have installed these two. After that, I'm going to create a folder here with data. I will have database related stuff in this data folder, and inside this I'm going to create one entity. So let's call that request history.cs. Folder already exists. Okay, and it created, right? Yeah, I don't know, sometimes this happens with me. So my window got updated, my Visual Studio got updated, and now I am having these weird errors from Visual Studio. It sometimes shows some error message, then that error does not actually exist. All right, so we have this request history.cs file, and this is empty. You see, although this is a CS file, I have created this CS file. It should have that the simple boilerplate, that public class request history and some common namespaces, right? So that those are not here. All right, no problem. We'll create everything from scratch. So here we'll create public class request history, and what is it? Request response. No, this is a wrong suggestion. All right, so in request history, first thing we need a unique ID, so I'll use GUID for this ID, and after that I need a date time when this request was made, so at. After that I will have method, so request method, was it get, put, post, delete, what was it? After that I'm going to have a URL, what was the complete URL for that request. All right, now after this we are going to have all the data related to that particular request. So when I say all the data, we'll need query strings, headers, authorization header, bodies, all that data. We are going to store all that data in our database, because we will allow user to click or tap on that left bar where we will display all the requests. So user can click on any request item and it will load up complete request detail in the right section. So with URL, query strings, header key values, body, all that stuff. So that's why we need to store each and everything. Okay, so after URL we'll need query string. Now it can be null, so we'll have this as nullable. So all these method, URL, at, ID, all these are not nullable, but query string is nullable. After that we have second tab for authorization value head, right? So for this we'll say auth header value. Then third, for this we will have the headers, list of headers. So we cannot store complex type directly in the database, so this is going to be a list of key value model. So what we'll do instead, we'll insert serialized data into the database, and when we'll fetch the data we'll simply deserialize it, convert it to the list of key value model, and then we'll display this in the key value pair in that headers tab. So that's what we'll do. So string, let's say headers, and then we'll need one more nullable string for our body. So these are the only properties which we need right now. Okay, now this id, this is going to be nullable, sorry, not nullable, this is going to be the key for this. So we'll use key, and this should come from SQLite, not key, primary key, and auto increment. Now this GUID cannot be auto increment, so let's use int or long. We are okay with this. Int is fine, right? All right. Declare type in namespaces. There is no namespace, so let's define namespace. This is going to be our main blazing MAUI REST client dot data, and then we are going to have our class. All right, so now we are good. Our class is ready, which is actually our table in our SQLite database. All right, now next thing, we need to create our SQLite database context. So in here, I'm going to create a new class. I'll call it, let's say, database context.cs. Okay, now here, let's make it public first. After that, inside this, we are going to have a private constant for database connection, and GitHub Copilot gave us some suggestions. Let's use this using SQLite. So what we have, let's quickly see. Private read-only SQLite connection underscore connection. All right, then we have this database context, and inside this we are having this parameter db path, and we are initiating this underscore connection. We are creating this request history table, and then we have get request histories, all the request histories, insert and delete. All right, this is fine. We just need to enhance it. So first thing, we will not get this db path as a parameter. Instead, what we'll do, we'll have a private constant string here. Private const string, we'll say db file name. Yeah, it makes sense. DB file name, which this is blazing MAUI REST client.db3. So this name is up to you. You can name it whatever you want. Now we need db path, not just db file name, right? In order to work with SQLite database file. So for this, what we'll do, we'll simply have a private string db path.combine file system.appdata directory.db file name, which is this. All right, so now this, let's make it static. All right, now we have private static string db path. We can use this db path directly. Okay, now here what we'll do, instead of this underscore connection, private read only SQLite async connection, what we'll do, we'll first remove this thing. After that, for this underscore connection, what we'll do, new SQLite async connection. Here we need of db path, right? This db path, and we can provide some flags with this database path SQLite open flags. Okay, so for this, let's add couple of flags. So we'll say SQLite open flags. First thing, dot create, we are allowing it to create, or then we'll say SQLite open flags dot read write. Okay, it can read write, and let's use SQLite dot shared cache as well. All right, so now our connection is ready, and after this we are directly creating this table. So how it works is, it simply creates table if it does not exist, create table if not exist. All right, so we are good with this. Although this is not a good approach to have this as wait, that we should not call wait on any task. One thing we can do is, although this is not will not get great, but at least we can use getAwaiter.getResult. Okay, one approach could be, if we are not willing to do this inside this constructor, what we can simply have a private async task. Here we can say create table if not exists, and then we can simply call this line directly here like this, and then we can remove this line. Okay, and we need to await it. Now what we can do, in all of these calls, first line we'll always do this. So create table if not exists, await this, await this. So this is also an approach we can follow. All right. Okay, so now first thing what we'll do, get request histories, but first thing we need to insert data into the history. So for that we have this add request history async. Here we will get an object of request history. We'll check, create the table, and then we'll insert it. After that we need a list of request histories. So we have this get request histories async. Here we are getting connection.table request history.toList async. We are getting all these. We are good. Then we are deleting it. So delete request history async. So we'll simply get that request history and we can delete it. Now maybe we don't need this request history, complete request history as a parameter here. We can have it, so it's up to us. But what we can do, we can simply say public async delete all request histories async. Yes, this also we need. So here first we are create table if not exist, then we are saying delete all async request history. This is fine. Now we need one more method in which we will delete request history by id async. Okay, in this we will get id as a parameter, and then here we can say delete async, and we can simply provide our primary key, which is going to be this id. So we can remove this method, which is delete by object. So all our methods are ready. Now there is one missing piece here, that is we should dispose this connection. Okay, so for this what we'll do, we'll simply implement an interface that is going to be iAsync disposable. We'll implement this interface, so it will give us one method that is going to be this dispose async method. All right, let's make it async, and then here we'll do underscore connection question mark dot dispose. We should have dispose dot, what happened, connection underscore connection SQLite async connection dot close drop. We should have dispose method here, dispose. Let's go to the SQLite async connection. If we go here, SQLite async connection, close async. We don't have dispose here, we used to have it. Go back, SQLite async connection. Do we have dispose here? Dispose. No, we don't. Okay. I don't know why it got deleted, removed from here, or I'm missing something. I have no idea. So let's do at least close the connection. So underscore connection dot close async, and we'll await it. All right, now what it is saying, underscore connection is close any pooled connection used by the database, dereference of a possibly null reference. Okay, let's do this. If it is not able to figure out it, what we'll do, we'll simply check if underscore connection is not null, then await and underscore connection dot close async. All right, now we are disposing it. So our database context is ready. Now we can use this database context in our application, but before that we'll use di for this. So we'll go to our MAUI program.cs, and here we are going to simply register it, builder.services.add singleton. We'll insert register it as singleton, database context, and we should be good now. All right, okay, now this request history, this is an entity, database entity, but we need one model as well, okay, which will have, instead of these things like this string, we should have the actual data which we can display, show on the UI. Okay, so in models I am going to create a new type. Here I'll say, let's say request model dot cs. So public class request model dot cs. I'm going to have all these properties, then we'll have a different version of these properties. So id, at, method, url, these are fine. Query string is also fine, we can say, or maybe no, let's do this. Let's have the actual value, which is going to be list of key value model for query string. Okay, or we could say query parameters. All right, with the default value of empty array. Then auth header value, this is going to be nullable string, this is fine. After that we have headers, this is again going to be a list of key value model with the default value as empty array. Then body is going to be nullable, this thing, so we are good with this. All right, now we are going to add two mapping methods here, and those mapping methods are going to be, first we'll have one method public request history, that entity. So here we'll say to entity. This is going to be an instance method. All right, then we'll have one factory method here, public static request model, this request model from entity request history entity. All right, so we need these two methods here. So first we'll convert it to entity. For that we'll simply say var entity equals new request entity, and then we need to provide value for all these, at, method, url, then query string, we'll fix this. What else we have, auth header value, then body, then query string and headers. These two things which we need serialized data for both of these. Okay, so let's use JSON serialization. So here we'll say query string equals query parameters, what they're doing, the default is, alright, it makes sense actually. So this makes sense. If this query parameters, if it has any item, we'll simply convert this query string to actual query string format with ampersand. Okay, and if that's not the case, we'll simply add null to this. Then for headers, we can have this basic serialization logic. So if we have any header, what it is saying, if headers has any value, we are simply creating this like this, or maybe let's instead of doing this will be performant, but instead of this what we can do, we can simply use JSON serializer dot serialize headers. Okay, this is a bit simple, but the performant is that previous one. All right, so now we have headers as well, and then we can simply say this, close this, and return this entity. So we have converted this model, request model, to entity. All right, now from entity, when we will have this entity from the database from SQLite, then we need to convert it to request model. So let's do this. Here what we'll say, var model equals new request model, and here we'll keep on adding the value. So first id equals entity.id, at entity.add, method, URL, auth header value, body, and then we'll have these two things. So we need to pass this query string, and this logic is valid, but it is complex. So the straightforward solution is going to be using same JSON serialization for this as well. So we'll use this JSON serialize for query parameters when we are creating the entity, and when we are loading from entity, we can simply say JSON serializer dot deserialize list of key value model from this query string, or if this is null, then we'll simply JSON deserialize empty. But here what we can do, we can simply check if entity dot query string is not null, or maybe not string null or empty, not string dot is null or white space. Let's do this. If this is not null or white space, then we'll deserialize it. Now we know that this is not going to be this thing. If that's not the case, we know that it does not exist, so we'll simply have empty array for this. So what it is saying, possible null reference. What null reference? Okay, here we know that this is not null because we already checked it. Now what happened? Okay, now after this, same thing we'll do with headers. So for headers also, we'll check if entity.headers is not null or empty. Okay, possible null reference, entity is not null here. Yes, entity is not null. Then what's the issue? Header is also not null. Is this because of entity? No, right? Header is not null also. Sometimes it's very bad. Here we know that this is not going to be null. All right. So now we have our headers and our query string, query parameters deserialized. So now our model is ready. Now we can simply return this model from here. So return model and do this. So our mapper is also ready for this. All right. Now we are good to use this. Okay. So from where we are getting our request, or maybe when we are making this request, at that time we'll simply insert this to request model. So for this, what we'll do, we will simply go to home page, right? From there we are making that HTTP API call, HTTP call, make HTTP call async. Or we have HTTP request message here, right? This was constructed inside request method URL. So let's do this. Let's generate that request model inside this method, inside this component request method URL component, and from here we are just passing this HTTP request message, right? So instead of HTTP request message, we'll pass both of these, HTTP request message and that request model. So we'll pass both of these to the parent, to home, and here right before creating the call, or maybe after generating the call, we'll add that call to our database, our SQLite database. Yeah, that will make more sense. All right. So request method URL component. Here, when we are generating our call, that is this make HTTP call async. And here, when we are starting generating the request, at this place we'll say var request model equals new request model. Okay, and we can add initial 2-3 things. First, we know the method here, this is going to be selected method. Then we know URL, this is going to be underscore URL. After that, for at, we know this is going to be datetime.now. Okay. And then for query strings, for query string, we are getting query string as a string, right? Right. So let's do this. Let's get this query string here. We'll get this query string. We'll simply check if query string is not null or empty. Then we'll simply get, we'll set request model dot query parameters equals, which is going to be a list of key value model, right? So from this query string, what we'll do on this query string, we'll simply split it by ampersand. Okay, and let's do this. Let's add string split options, remove empty entry, and string split options dot trim entry. So we'll remove extra space and we'll remove empty entry entirely. So after splitting it, now we have array of string with key equals value with this, right? So on this we'll apply select. Here we will say q with lambda, this query string, let's use q. So now this q is going to be, actually this will be a equals b in this format. Okay, so that means key equals value. All right, so then what we can do, we can simply extract or split this. Now we'll say q dot split this by equals to, here we don't need this removed empty entries and trim entries, we are okay with this, it will not have any space or anything like that. Now here we'll say return, or here we can generate var key value model equals new key value model. With key, we know that key will always be there, but value might not be there. So for this, we will check first if this parts dot length is greater than 1. That means it has length of 2. That means we have some value after this equals to. Okay, so we have, then only we'll set this to parts 1, else it will be default, which is null for string. And after this, we'll simply return this key value model from here. So return key value model, and now we have this IEnumerable of list, select IEnumerable of key value model. Here we can say dot to list, and now we are good. Okay, so query parameters is fine. After that we have this request header value getter. So here we are adding this request.headers.add. Same thing we'll do with request model dot auth header value equals, oh these are request headers, authorization header is later. Okay, so here we'll say dot headers dot add. Okay, request model dot headers dot add. Here also we'll do the same thing, header dot key comma header dot value. All right, now after this we have this authorization. What is the error with this? Add takes 2 argument. Oh, this headers is a list of key value model. So for this header is of type key value model only, so we can directly add this header. All right, now we have this auth header value, authorization header value. So here we'll say request model dot auth header value equals this authorization header value. All right, and after that we are going to have this body. So this is the place where we know that we are going to get the body. We'll have this body. So here we'll say request model dot body equals body. And now our request model is also ready. Now we need to pass this request model as well with this invoke async. So what we can do, we can simply change the type of this event callback. Instead of HTTP request message, I'm going to use a value tuple for this. So first is going to be HTTP request message and second is going to be request model. Okay, and then we can simply pass this both of these values. So value tuple request comma request model, and now we are good. Okay, now let's go to home. Here we have this make HTTP call async. Now it should get value tuple type with both of these two parameters. So this is going to be value tuple. We'll say request comma request model. We'll say request model and we can name it, let's say request and model, something like this. Okay, and from here first thing what we can do, we can simply deconstruct it, get these values. So request and request model, now we are good. Request will work just fine, and now we have this additional request model which we can add to our history, our request history. So for this we need to inject our database context. So we'll say inject database context. Okay, here we call it database context only. Then after making this call, this send async, what we'll do, we'll simply create a request entity. This we can get from our request model to request entity, or what was that, to entity. Now this is the request entity, and this we can add simply await database context dot add request history async, and here we can simply say request entity, we can add it. Okay, now it will be added to the database, and after that everything, all other options will just work as those were working. All right, so save everything and now we should be good. Now how we will know that this got inserted? So for that, let's do this. Let's copy this @inject database context thing. We'll go to our history section component. Here I'm simply going to add a code block. All right, and here what we'll do, we'll simply say private and list of request model underscore request equals new. or we can simply have this empty square bracket. Then we'll override on initialized async method, and we'll inject our database context here, and then inside this we will simply say var request history equals await database context dot database context. We need to add using, so database context dot get request histories async. Now we have all these request histories. Request, oh yeah, request histories, fine history is a collection, we could say. So underscore request, this we can get from this request history dot select. Okay, now this is history, and from this history what we can do, we can simply say request model dot from entity this h. This method we already created, right? Now this will give us IEnumerable. On this we can simply call toList, and now we have our underscore requests ready. Now inside this what we'll do, for now just let's have a UL. In this let's have a for each loop @for each var h in underscore requests, and here I'll simply say li @h.url, so that we can at least see something. Alright, so we have been coding for more than half an hour now. Let's see if everything is working or not, if we break something or everything is still working. Run it. Project needs to be deployed before we can debug. Please enable deploy in the configuration manager. Something has broken. What is it? Splash image manifest home.razor. Okay, there is some error on home.razor. Error list expression expected, and where I just don't know. Inject database context. Did we miss something? Okay, we have this request context, this thing, we added these two lines here, right? And then we injected this database context here, we added this using, and nothing else, right? TS expression expected. Okay, let me clean this, close this file, try to run it again. Sometimes Visual Studio gives these false error messages. And yeah, it was a false message. Alright, we are here. Let's quickly try to initiate some request. Let's say google.com. We'll press enter, making HTTP call. We got this, but we don't have anything here. That's because that on initialized, that should have executed initially, and after making this change we did not trigger that. So let's do this. I'm going to stop it and start it again. Now we should see that one entry. And we can't see that. That means there is some problem. Okay, let's try to put breakpoints. First, we'll have it in here only, in initialized, and then we'll have in our where is our home page, home.razor, and here we are going to add a breakpoint at this place. Run it. Okay, we are here. Request history, count 1. Yes, we have one value, right? Request history, count 1, because that means we have that https google.com get request with one ID. It is in database. Requests, it has this one element. Then why it didn't made there? Oh, it is there. Because of the color, we were not able to see it. Alright, let's do this. Let's change the color. We'll say class text white 50, which we have been using. Let's remove all the breakpoints. Run it. We should see this. And we can see this. Alright. Now when we'll add something else, let's say abhayprince.com. If we press enter, making HTTP call, we have this data, but this is not updating. If we'll stop it, if we run it again, we should see this added. Alright. So let's quickly do this. Let's fix this thing. So these two components are different. So from here, when we are adding this thing to database, we need to somehow notify our history component that there is a new entry to this history. So we'll follow the approach we are following, that event based approach. So we'll simply go to our app state. Okay. And here in app state, what we can do, we will add an event handler. So first we'll add one event here. So public event, and here we'll simply say event handler, and of type, let's say request model. Okay, and this we can say on history added. Okay, and this is going to be nullable. After that, we'll have a method here. So public void notify history added, and we'll get request model as a parameter, and on this we'll simply say on history added dot invoke this, which is sender, and this request model. All right, let's quickly use this. So on home page, after adding into the database, we'll say app state dot. Are we not injecting app state on this page? No, not yet. So let's inject this app state. We'll call it app state only, and then in here we'll say app state dot notify history added, and then we need to provide request model, which is a request model. Okay, now there is one thing here. We need to provide request model with this newly generated request ID. Okay, so here after adding this, what we can do now, the point here is we are inserting request entity which will have the ID, but this request model does not have the ID. So here first thing we'll say request model dot ID equals request entity dot ID. Now we have ID in this request model, which we'll pass to this app state dot notify history added. Now we triggered this event, but this history state component, this history section component, this is going to have the consumer, the subscriber of that event. Okay, so what we'll do in on initialized async only, maybe after fetching all the requests, first we should inject our app state here as well. Inject app state, then here we'll say app state dot on history added. We'll call this on history added method here. So we'll say private void on history added, and this is going to be a delegate with nullable object sender, which we don't need here, so we can skip it. And the second parameter is going to be request model. Request model, like this. All right. So here what we can do, we can simply go to request dot, we will use prepend. So we will add the request at the very top. Okay. We'll use prepend, and here we'll add this request model. Now this will not going to work directly. The reason here is, first let me show you if this is working or not. This is Blazor concept, we could say. Here let's say some URL, I don't know, facebook.com. Press enter. We have here, there is no error. That request should have been added here, but it didn't. But actually that got added, but we cannot see that. That's why, that's because when we call this onHttpEdit, this is actually event handler, and this event, this is getting executed on a different thread, which is not a direct part of this page's context, which is change tracker for this page. So in this case, this is getting modified from some other external source for this component. So whenever there is such situation, when the state is being modified from some external component, then we should explicitly call state has changed. So we are added this, then we explicitly tell that state has changed, you need to re-render. Let's run it. Now we should first see 3, then we'll generate a request. Here we'll say, let's say fake store api.com, press enter. And after making call, we cannot see this, something is not right. Let's quickly add a breakpoint here to see if this is getting called. We have this underscore request, yes. Let's send this request again, and we are here. Requests.prepend. Now what? It still has 3 items only. 1, 2, 3. Prepend is not working. A new sequence that begins with element. This is the issue. It returns a new sequence. All right. So what we can do, let's do this. We'll use this. We'll add this request model as a first parameter, first value, and then we'll say dot dot, and then this request, all the items here from this, right? We'll use this spread operator. The state has changed is required. I can show you this. I'll comment this out. I'll run it. Here I'll say youtube.com, press enter, and it didn't come. Now if I close it and uncomment, this state has changed. Now if I run it, what happened? Is there some error or what? No, the screen is frozen. This is stuck. Visual Studio is giving so much problems today. I'm having so much issues with this. Okay, let's try to run it again. Okay, now let's again try facebook.com, press enter, and you see we have this facebook.com at the very top. Let's try abhayprince.com, press enter. We can see this abhayprince.com at the very top. Alright, so that means our SQLite integration is done. Table is generated, database is generated. we are able to insert data into the table, and we are able to get data from the database. All right. Okay, so now next thing what we'll do, we'll design this component, this history section, right, where we will have actual design with the method details and all that stuff. Then we'll implement delete functionality, and then we'll work on the selection functionality from the left side. All right, so I'll just have this component here, and I close all others, close other tabs. All right, so for displaying this history, we will display these requests grouped by date. Okay, so for this we will have one more piece of state. So we'll say private, and this is going to be, let's say, dictionary. So I dictionary string, this is going to be date, which is going to be key of this dictionary, and then we are going to have all the requests for that particular date. So that means the value for this is going to be request model array. All right, so here grouped requests, and all right, we have it here. Now we need to just compute this grouped request. So after fetching the request from the database, we need to compute this, and same thing we should do after adding that request to this history. So let's create a method, helper method, where we'll say private void, we'll say compute request groups. Here we'll say grouped request equals underscore request dot group by r dot at dot date. Okay, but before this, what we'll do, we will order by this, order by descending r dot date, r dot at basically. Okay, so group by r dot at dot date, and then to dictionary g dot key, which is going to be key, and the g dot array, which is going to be the array of these values. Now what is the issue here? Request models array and explicit conversion exists. What? List of request models g.to array cannot implicitly convert type generic dictionary system dot date time. Okay, date time, we are having it string. So what we'll do, this key is date time, so instead of this direct key g dot key, what we'll do, we'll say dot to string, and for this we will have, let's say, dd, because I am from India, we follow dd mm yy. So let's use this dd mmm and yy, or maybe let's 4yy. So this is the format we mostly use in India. So now our grouped requests are ready. Okay, so after fetching these requests from the database in onInitialized async, we'll simply say compute request groups, and same thing we'll do here. Before state has changed, we'll say compute request groups, and we have one more method on this, right? Insert. So we can use this request.insert index 0, so that it should be at the very first place, this request model. All right, we can remove this spreading and all this thing now. So we are adding the new request at index 0, that means at the very top. Then we are computing the groups again, and then we are calling state has changed from here. Now this list, the list here, we will make it a bit different. First thing, let's remove this history component static text. So we'll have first top row with, and I don't need these suggestions. GitHub Copilot, can we disable it? Settings, enable. Options. I want to disable this for this particular project because this is giving weird suggestions. Sometimes these are good, but I would like to write my own when I'm uh, teaching or I'm explaining something. I want to handwrite everything. Okay, and when I'm working on maybe some of my personal project or anything like that, then I would like to have these suggestions. It was somewhere in left section, now it is not here. I need to play around with it. So when I updated my Visual Studio, then it came like this. Okay, we'll see. So first thing, we need top row. So there we'll say div class, and where we will have our history text and then clear all button. Okay, so on uh, both of the horizontal ends we need that. So we'll have this div as display flags, and then we'll have justify content between, and we'll have align items center to make these items vertically center. Okay, now here first thing we'll have, let's say h6 with the class as text white 50 and fw bold. Here we'll say history, and then we'll have one button. So button type btn, no, type button, then class btn, btn sm, and btn maybe outline secondary. Okay, and here we'll say clear all, basically clear complete entire history. All right, then we are going to have one line. So hr class we'll say bg black, and let's have my2. From top and bottom we'll have two spacing my2, and after that we are going to show the complete request history group by date. So first thing, we will have one ul with class list unstyled. We don't need that bullet points, bulleted list. And on this we'll say m0 p0. We don't need any margin or padding, so we are good without everything. After that we will add our for each in our grouped request, on our grouped request. Okay, now this group, so here we'll have li, and in this li first thing I'm going to have group.key. So h6 text to height 50, then fw bold and group.key. So it will show the date, right? Key from that group, and date is the key. And after that I'm going to again have an ul with class same list unstyled and m0 p0, and then we'll have same thing, we'll apply for each. This time we will apply it on group.value, which is actually a request models array, which is history we could say. So let's make it var h in group.value. So now we have this thing. All right, now we need to show the some of the things here. So here we'll display our request method and request URL and a delete button. But for now let's display h inside li, of course, with class. Let's copy this line, this below line, cut this, paste it here, and remove this ul. Save everything and let's see if this is working, and if we are able to see this in that grouped form. Okay, it is here and we can see this in grouped format. If you see, we have this 28th May 2024 and then we have this thing. So I only have this one group, that's why it is showing like this, but we can see that we can see the group. That is the main thing. History clear, this is touching the top section which we do not want. We need it to have some spacing from top. So let's start designing this. Let me try to set this. This thing is always challenging for me to have things side by side. Okay, so first thing we need this top history, this display flex align item center. Here we will say MT margin top, let's say 3. Save it, hot reload, and we have some spacing. All right, we have this line, we have 28th May 2024, this thing here. Let's make it white only, not white 50, so that this group stands out from this list, right? All right, this is in white color. Okay, now we have these things. So we need the method get put post delete, then we need URL, and then we need delete button. So let's quickly start working on this. So inside this li, now we will have a display grid with 3 columns, at least 3 columns. 3 columns, yes. Div li class d grid, so display grid. And now I have grid, I need to define the how I want my columns, the template for my columns. So I'm going to add a style here, and then I'll say grid template columns. Okay, first I need get put post delete, that fixed thing. So let's have maybe 50px fixed height for this. Then we'll have auto for the second part, which is URL, and then for delete button let's have 30px for delete button. Okay, now let's add all these things. So first I'll add a span. This is going to be the first column. Not add. Okay, I'm getting frustrated with these suggestions. All right, for this span I need FW bold. Okay, for making it bold, and text white 50, and here I need h dot method. Okay, so this is going to be my first method, and on this, because we have this 50px fixed, so we'll add a style here. We'll say width 50px. We can set it like this to make it explicit, of course. Then we need URL. So span class text white 50. Okay, and here we'll display our @h.url. Now this URL could be very long. So what we need that ellipsis, so the text should be truncated, and we should see that those .3 dots, which indicates that this string is longer than this. This is actually clipped, truncated. So for this, Bootstrap gives us one class, that is text truncate, but there is a problem with this. It requires fixed width or display block. So here we'll say d inline block, we'll say display inline block, and the actual width it can have the 100% width minus 50px minus 30px, because we have defined it as a grid template column. Alright, so it will work like this. Okay, text truncate, yes. And after this, we are going to have a button to delete it. So it looks fine. btn, btn sm, btn outline secondaries. Instead of secondary, it should be btn danger. Okay, so looks like we are good. Let's try to hot reload. And we can see these things. Get URL and this cross. Alright. Now we need to have some let's have some long URL. So what we can try, maybe let's do https www.youtube.com/@Abhay Prince, my channel's name. And if I press enter, it will be added here and we can see this dot dot dot, you see. So this is getting truncated. Now what we should do, first thing we should have some vertical spacing between these allies. So what we can do on this ally, the inner ally, on this display grid 1, we can have some margin bottom. So MB2, save it. We have this spacing and let's have BG black. Alright, when we are having this BG black, so we'll have some padding as well. Left or right, should we have padding or no? We are good, right? The spacing is fine, everything is fine. Let's try to make a post request with this. Send, and now we can see this post. Let's try a delete request. Send, delete. Then let's try a put request. So that we can see the design for all these types. So for delete, if you see, these things are overlapping because we fixed high width for this 50px, but that is not working. So let's make it 60px. Or if we remove this style, this should also work, right? So save it and hot reload, and we are good. Now if we check on the right side, these are just there is no spacing between these, so we should have some spacing. For this, on this display grid, we can say grid column, there is some utility class grid column gap, I guess, -1. If I save it, if I do this, hot reload, did it work? No. Grid column gap, but there is gap utility as well. If I do this, save it, yes, gap is fine, gap 1. Alright, so we are good with this. Now when we hover over it, we should show the complete URL, right? Right now this is truncated, so we cannot see the complete URL. So for this, what we can do, on this li, we can simply have title attribute, and here we can say @h.url. Save it, hot reload, and we can see this, right? When we hover over it, we can see the tooltip kind of thing, which is displaying, which is showing this complete URL. Cool. So we are good actually. Our history component is working fine. Next thing, we'll work on these deletes, or maybe let's do this. Let's work on this right away. So what we can do, and this clear all as well, we'll work both of these right now only. So let's create two methods here, or maybe before, we already have database context injected, right? So let's create two methods here. First thing, I'll say private async task, we'll say delete request async, and we can get int request id, or just let's say request id only, Here we'll say await database context dot delete request history async, or what was the name of the method, dot delete request history by id async, and we are providing id. Okay, after that what we'll need to do, we need to remove this entry from our list. So it's better to have the request model parameter. So we'll get request or request model, and from here, from to this call, we'll say request model.id. After that we'll say underscore requests dot remove request model, and after this we'll recompute this, the groups. And now we don't need to call state has changed, because this thing is executing inside this component's context only. So we are clicking on a button which belongs to this component only, and that is calling this event which also belongs to this only. So this is a common flow, so we don't need state has changed, explicit state has changed for this. All right, let's quickly call this delete request async. So this is the delete button. Here we'll say @on click, and here we'll provide a lambda. We'll say delete request async, and we'll provide this h. All right, now let's create one more method to clear the entire history. So we'll say private async task, let's say clear all async. Now this is a very restrictive action. So here what I'm doing, first thing, await database context dot delete all request histories async, then request dot clear, then compute request groups. We can do this, or we can simply reset this request groups to here. Also we can call clear, right? Yes, clear. Now we don't have any request, any history. Now this is a destructive action. It is going to delete each and every request what we have in our database. So we should have users confirmation for this. We should not do this direct right away, right? So here we'll have a confirmation box. For that what we'll do, we'll simply go to our MauiInterop class, and here we are going to create one more method, public async task of, let's say, bool. Here we'll say show confirmation async, or we'll say confirm async. Okay, string message and string title, and here we'll say display alert. This is a overloaded method where we have title, message, accept and cancel. So if we press accept button, in this case we are providing yes. So if we press yes, then it will return true. If we press no, then it will return false. This is a single line method, so let's make it expression body. Same thing we'll do with the first method. All right, now here we'll simply call that method. So here we'll say if await MauiInterop dot confirm async, what happened, dot confirm async. Are you sure you want to clear all the history? Clear all history, and then we should have title, comma, title is going to be, let's say, clear history. Okay, if this is true, what it is saying, an object reference to, if we go to confirm async, okay, it should be static. Okay, if we pressed yes, then only we'll do all this stuff. If we user pressed no, then we will not do anything. Now let's call this method as well, clear all async. So we'll go to the very top. Here we have this clear button. Here we'll say on click, and just call this clear all async method. We'll stop it and we'll run it again. So it came here. Let's try. I'm going to delete this facebook.com. It got deleted. This fake store API, it got deleted. Deletion is working. Now let's try it clear. So we have this confirmation, clear history. Are you sure you want to delete clear all history? If I press no, nothing should happen. If I press yes, then entire history should go away. Yes. Alright, so that means all these operations are working. Now next thing what we will work, we are going to work on this new request button. When we press this new request, it should clean this out. And when we tap any request from this left section, right now I have these 3 requests. Fake store api.com/products. Okay, I have these requests. If I click any of these requests, it should simply fill up all these values in this right section with the correct method type, correct URL, query parameters, authorization, header, body, by filling all that data here. We need this functionality. Okay, so this thing will work next. Okay, so for this, first thing we need to pass this information from our that history section. So if you go to history section component, from here to its parent. Okay, so for that what we'll do, we'll simply get one parameter here. So I'll say prop event callback, let's say on select. This is going to be a parameter, and let's say editor required as well. Now we need to pass this selected request model from here, right? Whatever request model we have clicked on, we should pass that to its parent. So this event callback, we'll use this request model, this generic event callback. Alright, so let's save it. Now its parent is home roterizer. So here we have this history section component. Here we need to provide this on select parameter. We could say on history selected, or let's say on request selected, something like this. On request selected. Let's define this method. So here we'll say private void on request select, and we'll get request model as a parameter. Alright, now this selected request, we need to pass this request model to all these components. So request param section, request method URL component, and for this one we don't need it, but for these two we need this. Okay, so for this what we'll do, we'll simply have one more piece of state here. We'll say private request model, it is going to be nullable, or maybe let's not have nullable, we'll have it default value. Here we'll say selected request, and we'll have default value as new. Alright, now when we selected some request from left section, what we'll do, first thing, we will set this selected request to this request model what user has selected. Okay, after that we'll set this response sent, request sent to false, because now we have simply clicked some of the history item from left section. So for this newly filled data, we have not sent any request yet, so that's why request sent it false. And then we'll say response text is string.empty. Okay, or blank or null, whatever we can use. Now we are good. Now we just need to pass this request model, the selected request, to both of these these components. First, request method URL component. Let's go to this component. Here we'll get one parameter. So prop request model. Okay, here we'll say, let's say request model, we'll call it this only. it is going to be parameter, and we need it editor required as well. Or maybe let's change this name to selected request only. Selected request. All right. And here also let's have it new, or we can remove this because we'll definitely pass it. Now whenever the value for this selected request is being changed, so we can have it, this component is getting initialized for the first time, and then we can simply click on the request history from left section. So this parameter, this is going to be changed. It can be changed when this component is there on the screen. Okay, so we need to react changes, whatever changes are happening for this selected request parameter. Okay, so for this, what we can do, we can simply use one lifecycle method for this, and that method is going to be override on parameter set, and on parameter set is in both, so we can use on parameter set. So whenever it is setting this value, then we'll simply use this. Now it also has other things, so we should react to change whenever this selected request is getting changed, then only we need to use this. So for this, what we need to do, we need to check what previous selected request we had for this component, and if this new request which came in this on parameter set, is this different from the previous one. Okay, so instead of checking this complex model, we can simply check for its ID. So here we'll say private int, request model has int ID, or what is it, int ID, yes. So int, here we'll say previous ID, so let's say prev ID. All right, and now in this on parameter set, we will check if prev ID is not equals selected request dot ID. Let's remove this for now, or maybe let's have it like this only. So if these things are different, okay, then first thing we'll set this prev ID to this selected request dot ID with this new request. After that, on this we have this underscore URL, so we'll set this underscore URL to selected request dot URL. All right, and after that, selected method, this is going to be selected request dot method, so we are good. So what are we saving in this URL? Are we saving just URL, or we are saving it with query string? Let's quickly check. We have this request. Okay, it should come from here only. Make HTTP call async. URL is underscore URL, that means without query strings. Okay, we are good with this. Now we have set all these things. So for this parameter, we are good. We are setting these things. Prev ID underscore URL underscore selected method. So now we should see these updated values in this component. All right. Next thing, first let's use this in from home page. Here now it is showing this thing. So here we'll say selected request equals underscore selected request. All right. Now same thing we need on this request param section component. So let's copy this parameter line, public request model selected request parameter editor required. Let's go to this request param section component. Okay, and here we'll simply have this parameter, and same thing, we'll react to changes in this parameter. Now this component does not have any direct logic. It is simply a wrapper for these 4 tabs. Okay, so we need to somehow pass this selected request parameter to all these 4 subcomponents. Okay, so first thing we can do, we can go to all of these and simply use this parameter. So now we are on query parameters. Here we'll have our selected request. Let's go to authorization tab component, have this parameter here, then body tab content, have this here. After that, headers tab content, save all. Now request param section. From here we just need to pass this selected request to all these parameters. Now how can we pass this? Now it's a bit tricky. This is actually a dictionary which we are directly rendering these components like this. So this is a dictionary and this value, and this is a variable. So we cannot access any instance level field or variable inside another variable, right? So we cannot use those directly. So we need to pass this dynamically. For that, what we can do, instead of having this render fragment directly, we'll have a delegate here and we'll use func delegate, which will return this render fragment. Now it will return render fragment, but it needs this selected request. So for this, we'll provide one parameter of type request model. So this is a func which takes request model as a input and returns render fragment. Okay, and same thing we'll do with this second type, the value for this. So render fragment, instead of render fragment, it is going to be request model render fragment. Now we need to change this type, the value for this. So now the value should be func, which will get, let's say, request, and from here we'll simply return this thing with, of course, now we have this request which is actually selected request. Here we can use this request like this. All right, so let's quickly do this for all. This one, this, and then we'll use selected request parameter with all of these. And now we are good. Now we just need to call this. When we are calling this, from here we are directly rendering this tab_tab components with this square bracket tab. That means the value of this. Now this value is a func. So what we need to execute this func to get the render fragment, to get the actual component to render. Okay. So here what we can do, we can simply say .invoke. And here we need to pass the parameter of type request model. So here we know this selected request is the type which we need to pass to these values. Okay. So now this component is ready. Now we are good to use this component in all these tab content components. Okay. So let's first go to query parameters tab content. We are here. We are using the selected request. Now same thing, we need to react to changes in our on parameters set. So we'll say override on parameter set. Okay, here also we will do the same thing. We'll say private int underscore priv id, and inside this we will check if underscore priv id is not equals the selected request dot id, then we'll do something. So for now, let's copy this thing and let's add this to all the tab components. Then we'll simply provide logic inside this if condition. Let's go to authorize tab content. Here, maybe after all these properties, after on initialized, so this order does not matter. I just love to organize these things. Save it. Body tab content, after on initialized, save it. Headers tab content, after on initialized, save it. And query parameters, we are right now working on this. Here, first thing we'll do priv id equals selected request.id. After that, the state which this component uses, that is this collection, right? This underscore query parameters list of key value model. Now in this selected request, this request model, we already have a query parameters list of query parameters. So we can directly have this. We'll say underscore query parameters equals selected request dot query parameters. Now there is one issue with this. If we do this, this is actually a list of key value model. That means this will be reference assignment. So if we'll modify this, it is also going to be modified, but this is not what we want. We don't want to modify the selected request. So what we'll do, we'll simply have a copy of this query parameters. So easiest way could be like this. We'll simply copy over this. All right. And after setting these query parameters, we'll also do this recalculation of this recomputation of this underscore query string, right? Recreate query string. So we'll call this method. And before this, we can also have one thing which is going to be this default empty row at the very end. One empty row. Alright, now we are recreating the query string and we'll good with this query string query parameters tab component. Alright, now let's go to authorization tab content. Here also, first thing we'll do, we'll set prev id equals this selected request dot id. Selected request dot id. After this, for this we need to first check what type of this selected auth type we need to set. Is it auth type none, bearer or basic? Okay. So for this, first we'll check if the it created something for us, and I agree with this selection, this suggestion. I'll explain you, I'll walk you through with this. So we'll check if selected request dot auth header value, if this is not null, or maybe let's use, I prefer to use is null or white space. If this is not null or white space, then we'll do something that means we know this is either basic or bearer authentication. If that's not the case, we'll go to else section and here we'll say selected auth type equals name of auth type dot none. So we are setting the auth type none, basically the default. Okay, and when we are saying this, when we are setting it, compute authorization header value, this is automatically working, so we are good. We can directly set the property, it will automatically recompute that, so we are good. Now if we have this value, then we'll simply get this auth header value. We don't need to get it explicitly. Here what we'll do, we'll check if this auth header value starts with basic. Okay, so if it starts with basic, if we check when it was basic authentication, then we were setting basic space and then this section, the base 64 representation of username colon password. So we need to just do the opposite, the reverse of this. So we'll check if it is the auth header value, this starts with basic, that means we know this is basic auth. So in this case, first thing we'll set selected auth type to name of auth type dot basic. After that we'll get the value, auth value, and this auth value is going to be the auth header value dot replace basic space. Pay attention, we are replacing basic space, we are directly removing this because after this we have the actual value. So basic space, we are replacing it with blank, that means just remove this thing. Now we have this auth value. After this, first thing we are doing, we are simply converting it back to the byte array from base 64 string, because that is what we have done next. Alright, We converted byte array to base 64 string. Now we are converting base 64 string to byte array using this convert dot from base 64 string and passing this auth value. Alright. After that we are converting this byte array to a string. Now this string, this value string, this is actually this representation username colon password. So now we can simply split it. Okay. Then I prefer to use parts. Then username is parse0. Then password, maybe we are not going to have password. So after colon, we might not have anything. And here we'll check if parts.length is greater than 1. Then we'll set password to parts1. If that's not the case, we'll simply set password to null. Alright. Now if that was also not the case, if we had this auth header value starts with bearer, that means this is a bearer authentication. For this, first thing we'll set selected auth type to bearer, and then we'll simply set token to selected request dot auth header value dot replace bearer space and then whatever value we had. In that case, it was bearer space token. So if we remove this bearer space, then we will left with token, which we are setting here. Save it, and now we are good with this parameter, this component as well. Save it. Now let's go to body tab content. Here inside this on parameter setting, first thing we'll set priv id equals selected request.id. Now for this, what we have, we can directly set JSON body to selected request.body, right? But if we want to, we can simply check if this is not string or white space, string null or white space, this selected request dot body. If it is not, we'll set it to this, and if it is null or white space, then we'll simply set JSON body to default text, and we are good with this thing also. Now let's go to headers tab content. Inside this, we'll do the similar thing we have done with query parameters. First thing, we need to set priv id equals selected request.id. After that, here we have just this underscore headers collection. So here we'll say underscore headers equals selected request dot headers, okay, which is a list of key value pair. And again, we need a copy of this. So we'll do this, we'll simply spread it, and then at the very end we'll have a default value as well, and we are good with this component as well. Now we are good to test it. We have added all these values, right? I'm running it, and we have some errors. Selected request is null here. Which component is this? This is query parameters component. We should have value inside this, right? Let's quickly see if we have the value throughout the chain. On home page, yes, this is the problem. We are not passing that from here. Let's stop all. Stop the run, and then we'll say selected request equals underscore selected request. All right, let's run it. And we are good. All right, so right now we don't have anything. Let's try the second one. I'm going to click on this Facebook one. Nothing happened because We have not bind this, right? From this section component, we have on select, on request selected, we are reacting to this, but we have not used this on select here, right? So here what we'll do, inside this li, for the button we have delete request, but for these two, this span and this span, click on method and click on this URL, we should call that method. So here we'll say @onClick equals, we have two approach, either we can directly call it like this, or maybe let's create a method. Let's create a helper method here, private async task select request async request model, and here we'll say await on select dot invoke async, and we'll pass this request model. So select request async, let's call this here. So on click we'll say select request async, and let's pass this h. Same thing, let's copy this on click and we'll add it to the second span as well. Save it, let's run it. Alright, now if you click on it, you see Facebook, Google, so these things are changing. Let's now try this one. We'll add values to this, couple of different values. So for product get request, this is fine. Let's add, we know we can add limit to this, so limit 2. Authorization we are using none, but let's try. I just want to try. So ABCD 1 2 3 4. Headers, let's add X custom header, some custom header, value 1 2 3. Body, we can't have body for get request. All right. Let's send this request. We are good. We should have 2 items here. Yes, we are having 2 items. Now I'll go to, let's say, this request. Now you see we don't have all those selection. Now if I click on the first one, this was the first one, right? This, I clicked on this one, request is get this URL, this is the URL with limit 2, this thing is changing. Authorization, we can see ABCD, this, and basic. Headers, we can see X custom 1 2 3. That means all these values came. Then we have body. Let's quickly try this one as well. So for body, we'll pass title, random title. I'm adding this body and I'm making it a post request. Let's modify this header value to 456. Authorization none, because we are not using any authorization for this post request. Then parameter limit is 2. Okay, then let's add one more, and here we'll say no value. Okay, and I'm not providing any value for this key. Now let's send this request. We got this response and we'll click on some other thing. So here we'll see we don't have all those, yeah, we have this selection in body. We need to reset this as well. This did not get reset. Okay, we'll do this. So for now we don't have that, and if we select this first one, now we should have all those data, but body is not coming. And now body came. Something is not right with body, but okay, we'll see that. But we can see all other things are working fine. No, not all things are working fine. There is one more missing piece, this thing. Okay, if you see, if I click on this is like this. If I go to the first one, we have these query strings, but this top URL, it should have shown everything. That means this query string as well, because if I click this again, then we can see this. So this should have updated. So we have two problems. First, in the main method URL selection component, this is incomplete, and then the body is not working as expected. Let's quickly try to fix it. Let's close all and then open the request method URL component, and we display full URL there. Full URL, underscore URL and full URL. And here is the issue. This full URL, this is getting executed before. What I mean is, when this on parameter set is getting executed, we are setting URL, we are setting this. After that, we are rendering this component. And when it is getting rendered, it will go to full URL. In full URL, it will check, it will come here, and this time, till this time, this query string getter, it was not set. No, this property was set, but if we go to query parameters component, where is it? Yeah, query parameters tab content. This query parameters, this value did not get set yet. Okay, so that's why this is missing. We need to find a way for this. So what we can do, we need to have some hook which will tell this component that these values for query string has been updated, but for the first time only. First time means this on parameter set has been run from here. Okay, so we'll use our app state only for this. We'll go to our app state, and here I'm going to have one more event handler like this. So here I'll say event handler, and here we don't need any parameter. We'll simply say on query string parameters set. Okay, let's name this on query string parameter set, and we'll have a public method here for notifying this thing. So public void notify query string parameter set, and we are just saying just invoke this and event args.empty. We don't need any argument for this. Alright, so we need to call this thing from our query parameters component after setting this underscore query parameter. Okay, so here we'll say app state dot notify query parameter set. Alright, now in this request method URL here, in on initialized method, do we have that method here? No. Let's create it. So we'll say override on initialized. Here we'll say app state dot what was that, on query string parameter set equals recreate query string. Do we have this method here? No, right? Let's create a method with this name only. So we'll say private void this thing with object sender, but we don't want to use it, and event args, or maybe let's do this. Instead of setting it like this, what we can do, we can simply say underscore comma underscore underscore, and from here we'll simply say state has changed. So here what we are saying, that whenever this thing is getting executed, raised, this event is getting raised, we'll simply say state has changed. That means something has changed. You just need to re-render this page, and when this page is getting re-rendered, this full URL will get executed again, and then we'll have the actual value of this query string, so that we can set that in the top section. So now this problem should be fixed. Let's quickly try it out, then we'll work on that body. Okay, it's here, and we have, yes, this first one. You see we have this question mark limit equals 2 now. It has no value, no value. This does not have anything. So that means that thing worked. Now we just need to work on this body section. Alright, so let's first close all. And we'll have that body tab content only. And here we'll see what else we can do. So pre-id we are setting, JSON body we are setting. Alright, when this body is not null or empty, when we are setting this, at this time we should also set this selected body type, right? This should be name of body type.json, and in the else case we'll say this selected body type equals this body type.none. Alright, let's try it out. So let's run it. Alright, this should not have any body, none, we are good. This post request, it should have that body, no value. If you go to body, JSON is selected, random title. If we select any get request, this none is selected. If you go to JSON, we will have default value. Okay, now here we have default value. If we select the post one, this value is getting updated. So that means we are able to get the values from this history, and we are able to set those values inside all these components. Alright, so we are good with this also. But now there is one missing piece. If we are in this way that we have clicked on something, now we want to generate a new request. If we want to create a new request, then what we'll do, we'll click this button on this new request. So we need to work on this button as well. So this button is fairly simple. We have implemented this click. From here we are setting this selected request. The same mechanism we'll use with this new request. Okay, so this new request, this exists in our request method URL component. Okay, so from here what we can do, we need to tell its parent, that is home page, that we have clicked on this new request button. So for that what we need one event callback here. So we'll say public event callback. We don't need to pass any value. On new request, this should be parameter. Editor required we can add, because we have this button on this page. So for the functionality we need this event to be provided from its parent. Let's go to home page, home.razor. Here this is the request method URL. Here we'll say on new request, and now from here what we can do, we can simply use this this on request selected method only. This time what we can do, we can simply pass this empty object with default values. Alright, so we'll simply call this method only. From here, so on new request, we'll call this method. On new request, what is this? On request selected. We'll call this with a parameter of new object. Save it, and now this functionality should also work. What happened? Let's rerun. Alright, let's click any of this. So now we have value for all of these. We'll say new request. If I click on it, nothing is happening. That's because I have not used this. So on new request, we need to call it when we are clicking on this new request button. So on click on new request. Let's run it again. Okay, we have data. Now if I press on new request, we see things are working. This is missing selected thing. We'll fix this. Query parameters empty, authorization none, headers blank, body again none with JSON default value. Alright, so this selected method is not there. Apart from that, everything is fine. Let's try one thing. If we make call and then we'll say new request, then this section should also get cleared. So new request, we are good. We need to reset this status code as well. Okay, so the status code and this method, these two things we need to fix. Let's quickly do this. So on home, on request select, here we'll say underscore status code equals null. And then on new request, let's go to request method URL parameter here. And here on parameter set, we are setting selected method. Now if this method was null, in that case this is going to be null. So if that's the case, we'll set the default method as get. Save it, and now we should be good. Let's quickly try it out. I'll run it. Let's load up this thing. I'll say, and let's make the request, and then I'll press new request. So default text response, that thing is cleared, parameters are cleared, and now we can see the selected request and everything should work same. Alright, so this functionality is also fine now. Okay, new request is also working. Alright, so we are almost finished. Now let's fix one use case. There is one use case which I'm going to show you. That use case is going to be, let's open up some URL, some, I don't know, Blazor authenticate. This is not related to this thing. I'm just having this. I just need a URL with some query string. If we have this, we have question mark view equals ASP.NET Core 8.0. Okay, so I'm going to copy this URL. Alright, then I'll go to my application. I'll start it. Alright, so now if I paste that URL, you see that question mark view equals this ASP.NET Core 8.0. This is here inside this URL text box. But ideally, what should have been happened, this should have been go to this query string. So this view, this should come here as a query string key, and this value ASP.NET Core -8.0, this should have been here inside value. Okay, so we need to fix this use case. So here what we need to actually do, whenever we are pasting any string inside this text box, we'll simply parse that string we'll see if it has query strings, then we'll simply remove those query strings from here. We'll just have main URL here, and we'll have those query strings. We'll add those to this query parameters tab key value pair. Okay, so let's quickly do this. Now we'll do this because we have one problem. Let's say I am adding one more query string here. I'm saying abc equal this value 123. If I send a request, the request is going to be, if you check this URL, this request is invalid actually. Question mark view equal this ASP.NET Core 8, question mark abc equals 123. Because how our application, how we have built it, we consider this just the URL part without query string. Okay, so let's quickly fix it. I'll stop it. I'll go to the request method URL component, and here we have our, where is our text box? It is here, this input text box. Here what I'll do, I'll simply add this on paste event. Let's say on URL paste or on URL pasted, something like this. So this is getting triggered. This is going to get triggered after that paste has happened. Okay, so we'll define a method here. We'll say private void on URL pasted. We are going to have this clipboard event args e, and from this e we cannot get anything. It will just give us that what was the operation, it was paste, that's all. So we don't need any parameter here. We'll have our custom logic here. Okay, now that custom logic is going to happen. So when this pasted has triggered, so this underscore URL, this has been set before this, because that is the bind value for this input text. So how it is going to work, it will set this underscore URL to this, and after that it will trigger this on URL pasted. So here we will already have underscore URL set. Now what we'll do, we'll simply check if this underscore URL question mark dot, if this contains question mark. So here we say, so this means, and because we are adding question mark, we'll need to check it equals true. So here we will say that pasted URL has query strings in it. Okay, so now we need to parse it. What we'll do, we'll say var parse equals underscore URL dot split question mark. What is this too? I don't know about it. Int count split the string. I have never used this overload. Do let me know in the comment if you guys have used this second parameter, this int parameters, int count. Okay, I have not used it. This is new to me. Count the maximum number of elements expected in the array. I need to play around with maximum number. What if there are more than 2? In this case more than 2, will it throw some error, or how it is going to work? Do let me know in the comment if you guys have ever used this version. I have never used it. Okay, so what I'll do, I'll simply use string split flags here, string split option dot remove empty entries, and string split options dot trim entries. So we don't have any additional spacing, and if there is any just empty string, we'll simply remove those. All right, so now here we will simply check, or maybe we won't check. We'll set underscore URL to parse 0, because this we know. Before question mark we'll simply have parts, and we'll set this URL. Now after this we'll check if this parts dot length is greater than 1. That means we have query string. We have query strings after this. Okay, now that query string, this is going to be something like a equals b and c equals 1 2 3, something like this, in this format. Okay, so now what we need to do, we need to pass these query strings to the query parameters tab component. Okay, now here for this particular component, that query parameters tab component, that is its siblings child. Okay, so for this type of communication we are using that appState class, so we'll use that appState class only. And there we'll define one more event. We'll go to appState. Here we'll define one more event handler, and this time we'll have it as a string, nullable string we could say, or not nullable, we'll not pass if that string is null. Here we'll say on let's say URL pasted with query strings. Alright, so save it and let's create a method here. So public void notify URL pasted with query strings. We'll pass not URL, we'll say query string. Okay, then invoke with query string. Alright, now we can raise this from here, but before that we should check if we actually have anything here. We know that we will have it. Here we know we'll have it, right? Alright, so let's do this. From here we'll say var query string equals parts1, and then we'll say appState dot notify URL pasted with query string, and we'll pass this query string. And after this we'll say state has changed. Okay, now let's define this event handler in our the subscriber in our query parameters tab content. Here in on initialized we'll say appState dot on URL pasted with query string, so plus equals. Here we'll let's say on query string maybe changed, or yeah, let's maybe name this same, and we'll define this method here. We'll say private void this thing, and here we are going to have object sender, which we'll not use, and then string query string. Okay, to be sure, let's quickly have this check if string dot is null or whitespace query string. If it is not null or whitespace, then we'll do our logic, and that logic is going to be parsing this query string. Okay, so what we can do here, yeah, parse query string. So what we can do, we can simply say var query parameters. We already have this key value pair here, right? Query parameters. So let's do this. We'll set this to query string dot, we'll apply split dot split by ampersand. We'll split it by this, then we'll have this select, then we'll have q, and from q we'll get parse q dot split equals, then the value before it will be parse 0, it will be key, and parse 1 will be value. Now this could be null or empty, so for this we'll check it before. We'll say key value. We have done this somewhere, key value model with key we'll define already, because we know that for sure that we'll have key. After that we'll simply check if parts dot length is greater than 1, then set this value, and then return this key value model and set this to string. Alright, so after setting this, now we set this query parameters. Now this is happening outside of this component's main context, right? So we need to tell state has changed explicitly, but before this query parameters we are setting this query parameters. we need to call this recreate query string as well. So we'll call this as well. And then we'll say state has changed. And before this, we will add one more entry to this query parameters dot add at the very last entry as this empty key value model, so that we can see the last empty key value model. This is the thing we have been using for now, since now. On URL pasted, this what is saying? Nullability reference type parameter underscore of void doesn't match the target event handler. What it is saying? Oh, with this nullable object. Yeah. Save it, and now we can try it out. Run. We have this URL same. Let's copy it. Okay, now if I go here and paste it, nothing happened. And why nothing happened? Let's quickly put a breakpoint. Request method on URL pasted. We are here. And if we run, if I paste, yeah, it came here, right? And then it will check. Oh, URL. What is underscore URL here? Oh, okay. My bad. So what is happening right now? This got triggered, but this underscore URL, it was not set yet. Okay. So this got triggered. This on paste got triggered first. Till now, this underscore URL is not set. So what we need to do here, we need this component. So before executing this on URL paste, we cannot prevent this triggering, but what we can do inside this, whatever operation we are performing, we can delay this operation. So here what we want this logic to be executed after the next render, because at that time we will be sure that underscore URL has been set. Okay, so for this we have implemented it somewhere, right? In this application only, I forgot, maybe it was body tab component, right? There we had that logic to execute body tab content, execute on next render, right? This execute on next render. We'll follow the same approach here. So here inside this, do we have any async operation? No, we don't, right? So what we can do here, we can simply have one action, private action delegate without any parameter. Here we'll say underscore execute on next render. Okay, and then inside, do we have on after render async here? No, we don't. Okay, we'll define that. Maybe here we'll say override on after render. Here we'll check if execute on next render is not null, then you need to invoke this question mark dot invoke, and after that reset it. So set it back to null. Now we need to set it in this on URL pasted. So we'll say underscore execute on next render equals this lambda, start it and end it after this if condition. Save it, and now we should be good. Let's run it. Do I still have that copied? Let's copy it again. Okay, I'll paste it, and you see we have just URL and that key value that went here, view ASP.NET Core 8, and we can see this here as well, and we can see this here at the top. So that means this thing is also started working. All right, great. So it was a fun thing to do. Now what else is remaining? For delete, we are okay with this cross icon, right? And we are not having any icon here, this X text, or if we want to use the trash icon, we'll use that. Okay, next thing, let's use these icons. So we need two icons. Here we'll use that cloud icon, and here we'll need that trash bin icon. So for this, what I'm going to do, I'll simply go to BoxIcons. So BoxIcons.com, and here I'll simply search for trash Okay, let's use this first one. So here what I'll do, I'll select this, I'll click on this one. So we need red color. Let's select this color. Okay, now from here I can use anything, but I'll use SVG code. Okay, so I'll copy this. When we click on it, this is going to be copied. Let's go to our project. Here we need this thing in the history section. So let's go to history. Here this last button, here instead of this X sign, we'll use this SVG. So I have just pasted it. Same thing, I'll go to query parameters. Here also we should have that delete button, that delete. Here I'll simply paste it again, that trash icons as SVG. Same thing we'll do for headers. So headers tab content. Here also we should have the delete, yes, delete text, and we'll add the trash icon. So save it, and now we should be good. Now we need cloud icon as well. So for that, let's come here and we'll search for cloud. This one, cloud upload. This we need in normal text, normal color. Okay, let's copy SVG code, and this time maybe we should have the bigger size, 36, 48. 36 is fine. Copy SVG code. Let's go to the response section. So response section component, here we have this icon. So instead of this icon text, we'll paste that SVG here. So save everything. Let's try to hot reload, and let's see if we get all those updated here. Yes, we can see this upload icon, and we can see these icons, delete icons, right? But for these buttons, these does not look good. So what we'll do here, we will not have BTN danger. Instead, in headers we'll have BTN, BTN SM, BTN default. Same thing with history section, BTN default. Same thing in query parameters, BTN default. Save all and hot reload. And now we can see these, right? These things here. We can try to delete the request. This thing is working. We can try to delete these. Go to parameters. We can simply delete these. Send request. Now that thing is not here. If we say new request, we can see this. So that means icon, we have set icon successfully. This thing is also working now. And with this, I guess we are done with all the things what we envisioned, right? Now the next and final piece, what we'll do right now, this application, this does not have any title, right? We have this top section where we have these buttons, but we don't have title. So we need to set the title, and then we need, when we first start this application, and yeah, we need loader as well, right? So loader, title, and then if we open it in this default behavior, if you go to body, if you go to JSON, okay, this is fine, but what I'm trying to say is we can implement the default height and width as well if we want to, right now if we do this, so we can see this thing is not looking good, so we can restrict some height and width that it cannot, minimum height and minimum width, we can set this. Okay, so let's first do this title and this height and width, and then we'll work on that loader. So for that, we'll close all tabs. So we'll go to the app.xaml.cs. This file, this is the main entry point for our application. Okay, here what we can do, we can override a method, okay, that is going to be on create window, or it is create window, I guess, yeah, create window. Okay, so this is the method we are going to use. Here we'll create a window, we'll get the window from its base. So base dot create window activation state. Now we have access to this window, we need to return this window, and now we can perform our logic on this window object. So here first thing we'll say window dot title blazing MAUI REST client, and then we can also set window dot minimum height and minimum width. Okay, so minimum width, let's say 800 or 850, and same thing window dot minimum height 600. Save it, now we should be good. Let's quickly try it out. So you should have already seen this width is a bit bigger, and now we cannot go past this. This is what it is, 850. Okay, and same thing for height, we cannot go past this. This is 600. So you can adjust it as per your requirement, that it cannot go further than this. And here if you see, we have this blazing MAUI REST client, the name of the application as well. All right, so we are good with this. Now next thing, we need that loader, and we need that loader inside that response section only. So for this we'll work on some, there could be multiple ways, multiple places to do this. What I will do, I will show the native device activity indicator. Okay, now this will come to .NET MAUI XAML side. What we'll do, this main page .xaml, this is the main page where our Blazor web view, where our complete application resides. Okay, so here what we'll do, I'll simply cut this, I'll create a grid here, and inside this grid I'm going to paste this Blazor web view. That's all for this. Okay, so now our grid, it has one row one column by default, where we have added Blazor web view. After this we will have a activity indicator. This is a component which .NET MAUI gives us. Okay, now how this grid works, by default this also has grid row 0 column 0, and this activity indicator also has row 0 column 0. How this works, this works kind of a stack. So this activity indicator, it will be shown on top of this Blazor web view. Okay, on Z axis actually. So we will see this stacked on top of this, not horizontal or vertical, but on not x-axis, not y-axis, on z-axis actually. All right. So what we can do, we need it to inside that response section. So not directly inside, but at least it will show within that response section. So for this, what we'll do on this activity indicator, we'll say horizontal options, we'll set it to end. And no, we should have horizontal options as center. So horizontally center, but vertically end. End means at the very bottom. Then inside this, we can have some margin, and margin will have 0, 0. So left, top, right 0, and then from bottom we will have somewhere around 200. Okay, and from left also we can have some, because we have that left section for that history, right? So from left maybe we can have somewhat 50. Save it, and we should be good. Then let's set color, we'll set it to black, and then we can have some height and width as well. So let's set height 50 and width 50. Save everything. Now if we run it, no, so for activity indicator we need to set is running. Okay, if we set it to true, it will always be true. We can simply run it and we can see how it looks. Then we'll make it dynamic. Right now it is here, it is here. So this is not the right place where it should be, right? It should be a bit lower than this. So that means the spacing we are having, this 200, this is not good. We should have 150. Save it. Let's check it. Didn't hot reload work? Yeah. What if I make it 50? Save it, hot reload. It is not changing its position. Let's run it again. And it is changing its position now. So 50 is not right. Let's make it a bit bigger. So maybe 100 only. So it shows somewhere here. And then a bit more from the left. So instead of 50, we'll make it 100 only. And from the, instead of this 50, we'll make 100 also. From left and from bottom, we'll have 100. Let's run it. And we are good. Not that great, but still good. At least we can see this inside this response section. All right. Now we need to make it dynamic. Whenever we press this send button, then only it should show. So the way we show that making HTTP call, right? This making HTTP call. So as long as that text shows, this should be shown, and when that gets removed, then this should also get removed. All right. So let's do this. For this, we are going to use a small MVVM kind of thing. So what we'll do, we will have one property in our app state. Okay. Now for this little MVVM, we can have iNotify property changed interface here in our app state. We can implement this interface. Where it is here, property changed. Okay. Now we'll have one property here. So, and that should be full property. So prop full, and here we'll say bool underscore show loader. Full name show loader. All right. For getter, it will directly return this. For setter, after setting the value, we should call this on property changed. Dot on property changed dot invoke. What is happening? Property changed, not on property changed. So property changed dot invoke this, and property changed event args name of this show loader. Alright, now we can use this show loader. Now for this we need to set this app state as a binding context to this main page.xaml. So for this we'll go to its code behind main page.xaml.cs. Here we are going to inject our app state so that we share the same state. So whenever we are setting it to true, it should set on the same instance, and whenever we are setting it to false, it should happen on the same instance. So we are going to simply inject app state here, and after maybe this initialize component, we'll say binding context equals app state. Okay, now this main page, are we calling this main page from app.xaml? Yes, we are calling this main page. So here also we'll use the same instance. That means we'll inject app state and we'll pass this app state to this main page. Now all these app states are same singleton instance, which is getting used throughout our application. Now what we'll do in this main page.xaml, we will set the data type for this page, that is going to be this app state. Okay, so here we can set app state, which will come from local namespace, which we already have defined, which comes with the default template. Now we'll save it. Now on this activity indicator, instead of setting this is running to true, what we can do, we can simply add curly braces, and here we'll say binding, and after that we are going to have all the properties from this app state. So what we need this show loader property, and that's all what we need to do here. Now how it is going to work, it will simply check show loader property from this app state. If this is true, it will simply show this activity indicator. If it is false, it will simply react to that change and it will remove this thing from the UI. Now we have UI implementation. We just need to show and hide this show loader now, the programmatically. So that thing we are handling from home page. We'll go to component, pages, home.razor, and here from this make HTTP call async, when we are setting this response.text to making HTTP call, here only we'll say app state dot show loader equals true. Okay, and after doing everything, we'll simply set it to false, or maybe we can use simply a finally block. There we can set app.showLoader to false. So save everything, and now we can simply run it. We should see that loader as per our vision. Okay, so the app is here. Everything is fine. Let's quickly pick any request. Let's say this one. Is it post? This is the get one. If I press send, we see that loader, and then that is gone. Try again. We see that loader, and after that is gone. So that means our loader is also working. So with this, we have accomplished everything what we have discussed. All right. Now what we'll do, this is working fine on our Windows machine. Now next thing, we'll check how it is looking on macOS. Okay, I'll go to my MacBook, and then we'll see if everything is working there as well, or do we need to change anything. If we'll need to change anything as per macOS, then we'll do that. All right. All right, so I'm on my Mac, and I have just cloned this, and now I'm just going to try it. Solution Explorer, we are here. So here I'll select the debug target, macOS, debug target, my Mac. I've selected it. Now I'm just going to run it. So run and debug. Let's wait for it. It will take some time because we are running it on the Mac for the first time. Okay, so it came. Where is it? It is here. Let me restart it. I'm not able to. I'm using external monitor and it is hard for me to set this UI. Alright, it's here. Okay, so UI wise it is looking great. We can see the title. Okay, new request. This section we can see the get put post delete. We can see clear. On clear we can see the native confirmation. Select get, authorization, basic, username password, bearer, token, headers, we can delete, we can add, body, none, and JSON. We click on inside it, the text is gone, text is again back here. Parameters. Okay, now let's quickly try to make some requests. So https www, or what was that, fake store api.com/products. If I press enter, making call, and you saw that loader, we had that here, and here we have this request history. Now let's add some query string parameters. So limit value, let's say 5 only, send it. We have these two requests now. If I press new request, and something is not right, we pressed a new request and this did not reset, but this section should have been reset. If we click on these products, the second one, URL got updated, this thing got updated, we are good. If we press the first one, we got limit 5 and all this. If we press new request, didn't I clicked on it? Let's try it again. So the problem here is with my Windows laptop, I don't have to press this mouse pad in order to click. I just need to tap or light tap, but on Mac we need to hard press it basically. So I'm not much comfortable with Mac because for my work, for my side project, everything I use Windows only. Alright, let's quickly try something else. AbhayPrince.com. This is going to be a HTML response. So we have this HTML response. If we press new request, okay, there is some error actually. It is not resetting this URL. If we go something else and then if we press new request, then it is resetting it. So let's quickly try to see what is happening here. Send. If we press new request after send, it worked this time. If I will have https google.com, press send. Okay, if we press new request, it is not resetting. Key value, new request. So the response gets reset, but the query string parameters are also not getting reset. Okay, let's try to debug it here only. So in code, we'll go to our components, pages, and no, not pages, shared, and here we'll go to request method URL component. All right, so here when we press it, it goes back, it comes back, and here we have on parameter set, we have previous ID, we are resetting URL and selected method. Okay. So here is the problem. The problem here is when we are pressing that new request, at that time it comes here. Now previous request. So what we should actually do, the problem here is with this particular use case, when we are first start typing, the previous ID is default, which is 0. Okay, we have everything ready on all the components. Previous ID is always 0. Then when we pressed new request button, then it goes back to the home page, it resets it, it creates a new instance of that request model with default values. So for that, it comes here with on parameter set. Now previous value was 0 and this new value, this is also 0. So 0 is not equal to 0. This condition is false. So it is not going to do anything. It will simply pass from here. So what we should do, whenever we make that request, we somehow need to reset the, no, not reset. When we made the request, then we should, then we should set this previous ID to the selected request ID. That means on the home page, after making the request, we should consider this particular thing as selected. What I mean is, when we made the request here, we should have that request model. Okay, what we should do, after send async, we have this request model.id. After notifying this history updated, we should do this. We should do underscore request selected request equals this request model. Save it. Let's rerun. Okay, it's here. Let's try it out. I'll say google.com, press enter. Okay, now if I press new request, it is gone. Alright, if I press send, we have error. This is error alert because this URL, this does not exist here. So we are good. Alright, now let's try some other request as well. So blazingBooks.abhayprince.com/API/books. Okay, it was a request. If I send it, 400 bad request. Okay, status is also updating. Then it requires parameters. First page number, let's say 3. Add one more. Page size, let's say 3 only. If we send it, we see that loader, and then we have this data. That means we are able to fetch the data. We have total count and 3 records are there. Click on from the left section. We are good. We can use this. Let's try one post request. So for this, we'll say new request post, and here we'll say https fake store api.com/products post request, and let's go to body JSON. Here we'll say title Mac request, and let's send it. We can see the loader title, this one. So this request is also done. So we can see this post, and here we can see body. If we go to some other request, there is no body. So that means everything is working fine. We can delete the request. We can clear. If we say yes, it will clear all these. Cool. So looks like it is good. It's working on Mac as well. Now when I was trying it, I got one problem. I don't know if right now I'm not getting that problem, but it might be an issue. So for that, there was a fix. The request were not able to, my application was not able to make any request. So for that, what I had to do, maybe you will need it, but let's add that. So we'll go to platforms, Mac Catalyst, in info.p list, I had to add UI background mode. I had to enable fetch request, something like that. So here at the very end, inside this main dictionary, what we'll do, we'll simply create, add a key, the name of the key is going to be UI background mode. Okay, and then the value of this is going to be an array of strings. So we'll say array and then string fetch and then just close this array. Okay, so by adding this, I'll save it and I'll try to run it again. It should work just fine. I don't know what specific use case is that, but it was not working at that time. So I have this solution for this. So it's better to add this. Okay, application is here. Let's quickly try some requests. So HTML request, yes, it is able to get. Then let's have my API. I am able to. This is bad request because this was bad request. I need to add page number 1. Oh, I deleted that valid request. So page size 10. Let's make this request. We can see the data. All right, let's try fake store API, get request, send it. We can see it. Let's add limit to this. So limit, we are adding 1. Send the request. We can see the data. Let's try post request, send, and we can see the post request is also successful. So that means with this we are good. Our application is working on Mac as well. Okay. Alright guys, so now I'm back on my Windows machine. I pulled the latest changes and let's see if everything is still working here. Alright, so UI is same. We can click around history. Let's try to make a request. Loader is here. We can see the request. New request. So everything looks still working. So we are good with all this. Alright, so we have achieved everything what I have showed you in the demo. Okay, now this application is working on Windows desktop app and on Mac as well. Okay, so I hope you guys have learned some new things in this video. So do let me know in the comment if you guys learned something new. And now it's your time to show some support by liking this video, sharing this video. Please like and share this video as much as you can on your all your social media handles and everywhere. Okay, and please try to add a hashtag @Abhay Prince so that I know that you are listening to me and you are showing some support. All right, and please don't forget to subscribe my channel. I keep on creating these long video courses with this complete project builds. Okay, all right, so I'm again requesting you guys to like this video, share this video, subscribe my channel. I'll be back soon with some other cool video. Till then, bye bye, happy coding.